The public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use lifts. Please assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust fire marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. I just draw your attention to the live stream. Everyone speaking via the microphone, which I now am, will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they don't wish to be recorded. Is there anybody in the room who wants to state explicitly that they don't wish to be recorded? Okay, good. Please can everyone use the microphones? Just turn it on and it'll come on red for you. And remember to switch them off when you've finished, otherwise the camera will remain on you. If there's any voting, please can members keep their hands raised clearly until the number of votes have been stated. I'd first like to introduce the members of Portsmouth City Council who are present. I'm chairing the meeting and I'm Councillor Judith Smythe. Russell.
Councillor Russell Simpson, Hillsey Ward.
Darren?
Darren Sanders, Councillor Baffin's Ward.
John?
John Smith, Eastern Craneswater Ward.
Symes, Eastern Craneswater.
Councillor Ian Holder, St Thomas Ward.
Gerald Glenn Jackson, Milton Ward.
Thank you. And the officers present, Jane?
Jane Dodino, Local Democracy Officer.
Simon Turner, Acting Head, Development Management.
Thank you.
I'm Juliette Gill, I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor. I'm here to advise the committee today.
Thank you. Now, I'm not going to take general introductions from people who are giving deputations. I'll ask you to introduce yourself by name when you do stand up and give a deputation. For clarification of proceedings, each agenda item will be presented in the following order. First, the officer's planning application presentation, which will be given by Simon Turner. Second, any deputations, starting with those in favour of the application and finishing with those objecting to the application. That's what it says on here. Is that right? Or is it objections first?
Chair, it's objectors first.
Okay, it says on this that it's the other way around. So 12 minutes for people objecting and 12 minutes for people in favour. And if there are 6 of you, that does mean 2 minutes each. We don't specifically accept petitions in this committee. It's in our standing orders that we don't. And we will, but you can obviously mention the numbers on any petition that you've collected or the numbers that you believe are in favour of whatever it is that you're saying. Second,
Chair, could I just assist you there? I've had a look at the petition and all it says that is that they're contrary to the change of use from a C3 to a C3/C4, so it doesn't set out any planning material considerations either.
Okay, thank you. We have got 1 or 2 people here who haven't given us the requisite notice that they're going to do a deputation, and subject to people here agreeing, I do feel sorry for people who've come all this way and hoping to say a few things for or against an application. And although our standing orders are pretty clear that if you do apply after the deadline of yesterday at 12 noon, I, subject to all your agreement, propose them to allow to speak very briefly if that's in accordance with the rest of our agreements. Is that okay with you?
Very sensible, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
I'd like it to be minuted that this is irregular, and I don't want this to become a regular pattern. So welcome to those of you who are here. But I don't want to be in the position of suspending standing orders too often when I'm in this position. Okay, now, so we any deputations is the second thing. Third, members' questions and comments. So we will be having a debate that just involves members, none of the members of the public, and then we will move to making a planning decision for or against. In very, very exceptional circumstances, we vote to postpone a decision if we genuinely think we don't have enough planning information to make a proper planning decision. So I'm proposing to leave the order of the agenda the same as it was. Russell.
May I suggest, Chair, that we change agenda item 9 and agenda item 10, bring 10 forward before number 9, because number 9 is for a dwelling from C3 to C4, but it depends on the construction of the single-storey rear extension at the back, I'm guessing. So it might be more wise to go with the extension first.
Oddly enough, I did suggest that when I had the pre-meeting with officers, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Oh yes, Simon, would you like to come in?
Thank you, Chair. The extensions, the rear extension in item 9 is different to the rear extension in item 10. I'll take members through that carefully in due course. So the applications are in the correct order. They don't need to be changed around. Thank you.
Thank you for that guidance. Thank you very much. So we'll leave them as they are. Thank you. Okay, so first thing I would like to do then is to ask for apologies from, which I know we've had a few. Jane.
Thank you, Chair. We've had apologies from Councillors Atwell, Fielding and Mason, Hugh Mason, and Councillor Holder is standing in for Councillor Mason.
Thank you very much. And we've had one or two members telling me that they've got to go at 1:30, was it?
I've got to go by 1.
So we'll see if we can do what we can to move these through well and during the time available. Declarations of members' interests. Darren?
I have two. I wish to make a deputation about the City Life application in my role as a ward councillor. You're already aware of that. And secondly, reading through the papers, one of the applications for Northern Parade is being made by the Council Housing Department I oversee. So therefore, my view is that I will be perceived to be biased if I make a determination. So I will declare a personal and prejudicial interest, even if I haven't got one, on that one and disappear to the Mayor's office.
You don't need to declare a personal and prejudicial interest. It's just the potential appearance of bias. It's separate to
Is it?
DPIs.
Okay. I'll just do what you tell me.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Juliet.
Are you proposing to give a deputation on the item 2 and then to, as it were, withdraw from the actual process of decision making, or?
Yes.
Yes, fine. That's
Again, because of perceived bias.
I was just getting the clarification here. Thank you, Darren. Any other declarations of interest? No? Good, then we'll proceed. So the minutes of the meeting held on the 12th of October 2022, I'm very quickly going to go through them page by page in case there are any things that you think we need to correct. Page 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is it going to be okay with everybody if I can sign them as a correct record? Thank you very much. Good. So unless there are any remarks from the Planning Office, then we'll move to the first item, which is Kenarth Court Lane, Portsmouth PO4 2LG. This is the change of use from a house to a childcare nursery with ancillary residential accommodation. So the first thing we're going to do is ask for the officer to explain the application to us.
Thank you, Chair. So after the presentation, we'll come to the Supplementary Matters Report, which we call the SMATS report, for some updates, and then we have some deputations against and in favour of the application. This is an application at a property called Kenarth on Court Lane for the change of use from a dwelling house to bungalow to a childcare nursery with ancillary residential accommodation. You can see in the middle of the left-hand side image the site outlined in red there on Court Lane, which runs north to south, with a slight hill going up to Havant Road. And then to the southwest, you can see the nearby school, also in the photograph. There's a slightly clearer image of the property in question, with front and back gardens, bungalow, as I said, and then a cul-de-sac just around the corner to the north there. It's looking south along Court Lane. That's the property there. You can make out cars coming up and down. Some care is needed if cars are parked on both sides of the road in order of passing traffic. The school is further down to the right here. And you can make out, I'm sorry, I can't see very well from here, I think it's there. You can make out a small vehicular or narrow, fairly narrow vehicular access way onto the site with a dropped curb. There's the property on the right and the view looking north. That is the rear garden where children do play. This is already in operation, as the report sets out, so it is an application for a retrospective planning permission. It's been in use since, I think, the start of the year. That's the front nursery room. You can see the children's paraphernalia and toys and so on. The rear nursery room that opens out into the garden. And the office on the left-hand side there, the business office, and the kitchen. And then lastly, there is a bedroom in the property as well, where currently a member of staff has her flat let, effectively. So at the end of the day, when the premises are vacated of other staff and the children, the toys, etc., are tidied up, and the member of staff has the use of a property for herself, I think it is her, for the rest of the evening and, of course, at the weekends. So that's an application to seek retrospective planning permission for the retention of the childcare use with the ancillary residential accommodation. We have a number of objections and a number of support. If you've read the report, you'll see that the officers have considered these principal matters of amenity in terms of noise and disturbance for local residents, in terms of traffic, congestion and parking in particular. Those are the two headline issues that arise, and officers find that the proposal does not have a material harmful impact on the area, which is why it's recommended for approval with two conditions. Thank you.
Yes, if you could please take us through this map, that will be very useful.
Thank you. Just two relatively minor points in the supplementary matters report. Just to clarify, on the first page, the development description has been amended. It was originally described as a mixed use. Upon further consideration, we feel that the domestic element of it is ancillary to the nursery use. So we've dealt with that in the report in terms of the technical loss of a dwelling. So we're clarifying that because the report in front of you refers to it as both ancillary and as mixed. It is in fact ancillary, we have determined. And then secondly, just a further letter of support has been received, submitted via Councillor Weems. It highlights the number of nurseries in this area of North Portsmouth and notes that the application is not out of the ordinary. It notes the value of such a facility for parents to be able to work and obviously for children, and they consider the noise and traffic concerns are insignificant compared to the school opposite the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to ask deputations to speak against the application. I think I have Andy Cole, and then separately, because it's being Councillor Simon Bosher.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name's Andy Cole, and I'm representing my mother and other neighbours who are impacted by this application. I ask that the application is rejected for the following reasons. The many objections to the proposal state the same reasons for objecting: noise and impact on quality of life. The impact on the quality of life for the neighbouring residents has been horrendous and continues to be so, mainly due to the noise coming from the property. Bear in mind, this is not typical family noise. It is up to 16 children at a time. As shown, the property is a bungalow with a small garden surrounded on 3 sides and in very close proximity to bungalows inhabited by elderly neighbours. It is too close to neighbouring properties not to have any impact, and it is much worse during the warmer months. The applicant and Environmental Services state that there isn't a noise issue. My understanding is that Environmental Services haven't monitored noise levels for any length of time to be able to come to this conclusion, and I absolutely refute that conclusion. Residents have not raised noise complaints with Environmental Services as they incorrectly assumed that the Planning Enforcement Office were dealing with the issues. Issues were raised with planning enforcement and councillors from September 21 onwards. The nursery has been in operation since then without restriction or condition. My mother has lived in Rycroft for 31 years without issue and cannot now use her garden due to the noise, which includes singing, crying and screaming for extended periods throughout the day. I believe that the impact contravenes policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth City Plan as the standard of living has been significantly reduced for nearby residents. The noise is generated during the working day, and I do not agree that because of this it is acceptable and in accord with that policy. The residents surrounding the property are all retired or not working and are at home during the working day, and therefore are impacted by the noise. Surely this is in contravention of said policy. Or do we not consider the impact on older residents? And by definition, the word noise, there is not good noise. Supporters state that the noise is negligible compared to the school across the road. In fact, the main school playground is 140 metres away, which is roughly the same distance as from the Guildhall to the nearby station. It is not next door, where a 4-foot-high fence with an open trellis on top separates some of the back gardens. Additionally, in a school, playtimes are scheduled. It's not an all-day noise. Therefore, I do not believe that this is in any way comparable. Supporters of the application are mainly customers and are supporting the application from that perspective. None of them live nearby and aren't appreciating the impact on neighbouring residents. Their only concern is whether the nursery is suitable to them. The vast majority of nurseries in the Portsmouth area are either in commercial premises or very large detached properties that are not surrounded by elderly residents who are at home during the working day. There are commercial properties available in Cosham, Drayton and Farlington that would be ideal for a business of this kind, with no impact on neighbours or parking. It would still provide employment opportunities and a community facility, and therefore is not without reason that the business could be sited elsewhere in a more suitable building, still providing the outlined benefits. Communities consist of both young and old, and the elderly resident should be taken into account when addressing this application. The applicant recently sent a letter to my mother concluding that if she cannot operate the business, she would be forced to let it to a noisy family with 4 children and a barking dog. To be honest, that would be preferable, as there wouldn't be 16 children there on a daily basis for 51 weeks of the year. If planning is approved, who is going to monitor the noise and any other issues? It would be down to the elderly neighbours, adding additional stress to them. My mother is 82. The neighbour on the opposite side has significant health issues requiring peace and quiet. Neither of them will want to be continually dealing with issues. How does this provide for a good quality of life, or do they just have to put up with it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your deputation. Simon.
Chair, the ward members go last, sorry.
Oh, even if they're...
Yes, no matter what way. Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Sam. We'll hear your deputation last. We now have a deputation in support to, we have the applicant and Samantha Moore. Is there any particular order that those should go in, Juliet?
No, I don't know. They're both in
Okay,
support.
so decide between yourselves whether Samantha Moore or Leah Barnford wants to go first.
I'll go first, Chair. Samantha Moore.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by introducing myself. My name is Samantha Moore. I'm a senior sister at QA Hospital, and I've worked there since qualifying as a nurse at the age of 21 in 2007. My most important job is being a mum to 2 boys, a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. My 3-year-old son was born in February 2019. A year later, in March 2020, our country went into lockdown. This has had a detrimental impact on us all, but I feel even more so on my then 1-year-old son. Any baby and toddler group that I would have taken him to stopped, and for months his only social interaction was our immediate family. I really noticed there was an issue when our country began to open back up. He was extremely withdrawn and only felt comfortable with his dad and myself. At this point, our family situation changed, and my husband and myself decided a nursery setting would be beneficial, so I began looking around to find a suitable setting for him. I must have looked at approximately 10 settings and found larger nursery and preschool settings did absolutely not suit my son's needs, and actually he found those visits himself quite traumatic. I was then recommended Dreamcatchers at the bungalow. Externally, the building does not resemble a childcare setting at all. So when I went to view, I wondered if I was even in the correct place, as I had previously walked past on numerous occasions and had absolutely no idea that a play school was inside, which just goes to show how the bungalow has maintained its inviting homely characteristics. When I entered the bungalow, the team welcomed the welcome we received from staff was absolutely amazing, and the homely feel that the bungalow has to offer was so reassuring. My son appeared to feel comfortable and more willing to leave my side and explore his surroundings than ever before, and this was solely down to the small, intimate, inviting and homely feel that this play school has to offer. Since starting at Dreamcatchers, my son's confidence has been built and is socially thriving, which I will be forever grateful for. On top of this, Dreamcatchers offers flexible start and finishing times, which for a shift worker such as myself is absolutely essential, as a 9 till 3 setting would not be fit for purpose for my family's needs. I have read some objections regarding parking. As you're all aware, the play school is situated opposite Court Lane, and while I absolutely agree the road gets extremely busy at drop-off and pick-up times, I believe the play school does not contribute in any way to this due to its flexible and staggered start and finish times that suits each family's individual needs. I can honestly say I have never stood outside the bungalow with any more than 2 other parents waiting to drop our children off. I'd also say that up to 50% of parents like myself tend to try and walk our children into school, my shifts permitting me able to do that, as they have older children attending local schools. So this would also have no impact on additional traffic, which is already caused by the school itself. The only times I am required to drive, I always seem to manage to get parking outside on the drop curb of the bungalow itself. Another objection I noted was the complaint regarding the smell of nappies. I can wholeheartedly say I've never ever noticed this, and whenever I attend a play school, I've only ever witnessed a clean, tidy and sanitised environment. No parent would feel comfortable dropping their child in an, I quote, unkempt and untidy environment. I must also mention that the majority of children I have seen look over the age of 2 and are generally out of nappy age, so I'm pretty certain the number of nappies waste would be no more than a normal residential property with young children inside. I can wholeheartedly say that the Dreamcatchers offers the perfect safe home from home for children. Due to the small number of children, care and curriculum is tailored to suit each child's individual needs. Please don't take this one-of-a-kind play school away from my son and all other children that are lucky enough to attend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've now want to go to Leah Benford, the applicant, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today, giving me the opportunity to discuss openly and honestly at this forum. My name is Leah Benford, and it was me that applied for this change of usage. I hold 20 years' experience in childcare sector, and it led me to be a child protection frontline social worker for 6 years. It was whilst practicing social work that I started my own family. Whilst, yes, I could find big nursery businesses, I struggled to find homely, intimate and affordable childcare that was suitable for my working hours. This left me without childcare and ultimately leaving my own career. Following this, I started my own business, providing parents, children and families exactly what they need. I would like to start by addressing the main points of objections and discuss some solutions we have already implemented. The main complaint was about noise. We have always been very aware of our neighbours and their views. As community is highly important to us, we have even taken the children round on numerous occasions with cookies, plants and cards to check in on them. We have never been informed of any concerns or complaints. However, in light of these complaints, I had a professional air conditioning system installed to prevent us from needing to open the windows when inside. With the windows closed, no noise can be heard from the building. As well as the aircon, we have also laid carpets in areas to further absorb the sound, and we also bought a decibel recorder to ensure that we were not going into excessive levels. We were pleased to discover that the noise levels were well within normal range. I think it's also important to note that the previous owners of the bungalow were a very elderly couple, and they did reside there for 20 years. So whoever bought the property would have most likely have been much more noisier than what the neighbours were previously used to. Another complaint is the road is mainly occupied by older residents. And yes, where this may once have been the case, it is now becoming a very sought-after road, especially for young families due to the good school and the local amenities. Traffic has obviously been another point of discussion amongst the objectors. We have never had parents complain about parking. We have never had more than 2 or 3 parents arrive at once. And we also give parents permission to park across our driveway. Our staggered start and finish times help space out the traffic during a busy school day. The local lollipop lady has supported us by stating she hasn't noticed an increase in traffic since we opened. Simon Bosch's objection was a heavyweight behind what's brought us here today, and I felt it was only fair to ask Simon to attend our setting on one of our busiest days. Simon did happily oblige, and he joined us for one morning. When Simon was at our setting, he could see that the noise wasn't horrendous or excessive, and agreed that having aircon to keep the windows closed would have an impact. I firmly believe that Simon's personal views on this matter may now have changed somewhat. I would now like to express how our setting is unique and one of a kind in Portsmouth and the overwhelming support we have. We are pleased to have support from the local councillors, early years team at Portsmouth City Council, Ofsted, Lollipop Lady, local schools and a big sea of parents. We even had 2 local nurseries offer letters of support due to the childcare shortage crisis that we are currently in. I was surprised to see that the local newspaper wrote an article last week on this very application, but I was overjoyed to see the amount of supporting comments from people that I know and don't know, and I am also pleased to report that the article didn't have any objection comments made on it. Dreamcatcher's business is not for greed. We are a considerable amount affordable than neighbouring nurseries. In comparison, our daily fee is around £36, where others are near on £60. Alongside being affordable, we offer parents the options for flexible childcare, meaning that shift workers and key workers, such as nurses, can pay for what they only need, and we can accommodate their shift patterns. We are a very small, consistent staffing team. We all know the children and their families extremely well. Not only is this great for parents and children for obvious reasons, but also helps safeguard children against any possible abuse or harm. The children have built such strong bonds with all team members, and we are proud that we can offer this home from home, loving environment to help and support children's development and readiness for school. Community is absolutely at the heart of Dreamcatchers. We love involving children in the local community. They are our next generation, and we think it's important to teach the children to be diverse and respect all walks of life. We achieve this by visiting a local residential home where the children and older residents can enjoy stories and exchange life experiences. This unfortunately did have to stop due to COVID, but it is something we are really keen to reignite. We also enhance children's life experiences and a sense of belonging in a community by doing fundraising events, working with local schools and charities, visiting churches, libraries, parks, farms and community centres. We have worked closely with previous Lord Mayors, and even on one occasion he came to our setting to judge a fancy dress competition. We ran a children's parliament, and the children were lucky enough to even be invited to this very room we sit in today. At Dreamcatchers, we have an 100% inclusive policy. We care for children with additional needs, children from different walks of life, and children who have moved here from overseas. We accept all types of government funding, child-free tax schemes, and childcare vouchers. There really is no child we will not take. Finally, I'm going to discuss the impact. The impact if we had to close would be huge. 36 children all needing to find alternative childcare in a city where spaces are already so few and far between. COVID-19 was really detrimental to the childcare sector, leaving many local childcare settings in Portsmouth closing their doors. To be exact, in the last 2 to 3 months since September this year, 9 childcare settings in Portsmouth have closed or announced are closing before December. This, mixed with the fact that the cost of living has risen so much, now means that families where previously one parent stayed at home with the children are now left with no option but to go out to both bring in a household wage. Therefore, childcare spaces really are needed now more than ever before. Should the decision be made we can't operate, it would also result in 4 people becoming unemployed, and some parents would have no choice but to stop working due to a lack of childcare, which in turn will be detrimental to workforces, mental health and economic unemployment crisis. The last bit, sorry. We have always worked alongside people and communities, and this is no different. We would love to live and work in harmony alongside the local residents and deal with any issues at the time and come to solutions together. We feel operating until 4 is not unreasonable, and we hope that the committee today share our outlook and view on how much this service is valued and needed, not just in our area but across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask Councillor Simon Bosher to continue with his deputation?
Thank you very much, Chairman and Committee. I have to say from the outset, I don't think I've necessarily changed my view, to be quite honest. Otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily be sat here giving a deputation in opposition to the application. I'm sure people have probably noticed from the report that I'm at odds with my ward councillor, so we're obviously independent thinkers on this particular issue. But I'm here primarily because I'm representing the local residents objecting to this application. The application is retrospective for a nursery that's been functioning without planning permission since late 2021, the address of which had been kept hidden on the applicant's website for the duration of that period, and one might question why that was the case. But since the opening, I've had several neighbours attending my monthly ward surgery complaining about the persistent noise. Indeed, I had a group of 15 residents at my June surgery, 8 at my July meeting, and 6 at my August meeting. Indeed, I did have 2 elderly residents at my June surgery actually break down in tears because of the incessant noise that seems to be going on. The issues of concern primarily for neighbours centre on the following. Excessive noise both from the property and the garden. The gardens to this and the adjoining properties are reasonably small, as you've actually seen from the map that was shown by the officer earlier. And they're very, very close proximity as well. I did have, as the applicant said, the opportunity to visit the premises, and although the garden isn't used at all times, the windows of the building are generally left open, so the noise is literally all day, particularly during the summer months with young children. There is also the other primary issue, and that is the parking issue. This property is almost directly across from Court Lane Infant School, and this Court Lane actually suffers from excessive traffic in the mornings and the afternoons. It is separately a road that is forever filling up my inbox with emails, primarily because if you're familiar with the area, Court Lane fronts onto Hillary Avenue, and the majority of that road, the south side is off-road parking. They've literally taken out front gardens to limit the off-road parking. Or in front of the school, you have the extended parking restrictions, which means that Hillary Avenue doesn't suffer from the parking issues because of that nature. So the traffic tends to be in Court Lane. I would also notice that in the report, the section 4.3 says that the Highway Authority objects on the basis that no parking survey has been submitted. And I would suggest that that is something that the committee needs to take into consideration. Parking is an issue here. It always will be an issue, I think, in Court Lane. And the residents there are feeling impacted because of the parking issues, that this is just going to further exacerbate. There's also concern from the neighbours that the property deeds may not permit a business to be operated from Cynarth. It is a common theme with the deeds of a number of properties in the local area, and the suspicion is that this may also be the case with Kenarth. It's also interesting to note that the majority of the supporters for this application do not live locally and would therefore necessitate driving to the property, which does not fit from the view with one supporter that the majority of the children walk here as they live nearby. And only one member of staff drives here, so I would not say that it would add any traffic to the Court Lane area. I would disagree with that. The property was not designed for or suitable for a childcare business. It's too close to residential neighbouring properties, and it's surrounded on three sides, as I said earlier, by very close neighbours whose quality of life are being severely impacted. I note that the recommendation is one of conditional permission and anticipate that the committee is probably minded to support that recommendation. Certainly, I would ask for a refusal. However, what I would say that should that be the case, I would request that the operator limit the number of children on the property. Ofsted says 25. I would suggest that that should be limited further down to maybe 20, so that the neighbours can enjoy their outside space, that the garden use is also limited. I would also add that this is actually a business expansion, in as much that the Dreamcatchers actually operate out of at least one, if not two, other properties in the Drayton area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, lots to consider there. Can we go to questions from members to the officers, please? Darren?
Thanks, Judith. My first question actually relates to one of the last things Councillor Bosher actually said, which was around the numbers. We've got in our report paragraph 6.12, I should say, which says the applicant has chosen to keep the numbers below the Ofsted recommended levels to allow for a more intimate setting. Chairwoman, with your permission, is it okay to ask the applicant what they think the optimum number is to deliver that?
I think that would be appropriate.
Because I can't ask the planning officer because I don't expect him to know. So, what is the optimum number then?
Thank you. The optimum number for us is definitely below 20, but we tend to have no more than 18. We have, on very rare occasions, gone over for a morning or an hour to allow for parents to attend a funeral, but it's always below 18.
Okay. So that I understand that's arranged and that's lovely. But what, in your professional view, would be the optimum number? Would it be 12? Would it be 15?
I think we've got the information.
Okay.
Can the planning officer come back on numbers, please?
Thank you. This is a common issue with places of worship, nurseries, commercial developments, considering how you might, if you wish to control the intensity of use and noise or parking, for example, whether or not you can do that, whether or not it's reasonable to do that by limiting the numbers coming to the site. Generally, the answer is no, it shouldn't and can't be done. Planning conditions have to be enforceable. It's one of the tests. And we can't have planning officers visiting the site every day to try and count the number of children, for example. What the planning system has to do is to consider the size of the property, and that is the limit, effectively. So this is a property that's operating, it would appear, pretty much to the maximum. It's got two principal rooms and a garden that are used by a registered nursery, and so it is Ofsted that will control how many children can operate from the premises. So we already have the numbers, the registration of 25 children, so I think the committee ought to consider if it were to be operated to the maximum, it's 25 children. We would not recommend any condition to try and limit that to another number.
And Simon there is referring to paragraph 6.12 of our report, of course.
Yeah, thank you for that. My other question was related again to what Councillor Bosher said around the deeds. This isn't the first time that issue is going to be raised today. So I just wanted to check from Mr. Turner whether deeds, restrictive covenants and things like that are material issues for planning committees to consider, or are they legal issues to consider?
Thank you, and it's beneficial for everyone. It's a private matter, a private legal matter. It's not a planning consideration.
Those are my questions, Judith.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're done. Okay. Gerald, no? Any more questions? John.
Thank you, Chair. Just one about, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about noise and opening times. I was just going to ask the question, and I know that it states that there's a flexible start-finish, but is there sort of an optimum time when this noise takes place? When does it open and when does it close?
Chair, through you. Well, the premises operates through the day until 4:30. So I think noise can occur at any time in that period. I'm not aware of any other restriction as to how the nursery operates within that time.
So the cut-off of the noise is at 4:30, is it? Because it was stated in the discussions that it was a flexible approach.
Well, from a planning perspective, if permission were granted, it would be open all day. Yeah, so they would operate it as they saw fit and as registered during that day.
So just to be clear, there is no close then? It can be later into the evening?
I'm not aware of how Ofsted have controlled it in terms of hours. I mean, most nurseries, this one I think probably chooses, I don't know if it's restricted. Some nurseries will operate a bit later, won't they, to allow parents to finish at work at 6 or 7 perhaps. That, I'm speculating that may be the choice of the individual nursery and or Ofsted. In this case, they operate until 4:30. That's what we know.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. So I think the applicant has made a pragmatic approach to trying to solve some of these problems of noise, and that's something. And I note Councillor Bosher's comments about maybe limiting the garden use. Is that we've talked about numbers, but is that another option that we have?
The same answer as I gave earlier on, the difficulties in planning of enforcing that reasonably. It would only be if Ofsted regulated in some way, for example, limiting the number of children in any one room or outside area. I'm not aware of any such restriction.
Are you then saying, Simon, that it would be inappropriate for us to put a condition on limiting the use of the garden to certain
I believe
hours?
so.
And that couldn't be enforced, is that?
Well, it would be extremely difficult to enforce it.
Thank you, John. Any further questions? Right, in the absence of more questions, it's now the stage of the meeting where we move on to comments. Oh, Gerald. Good. We're moving on to comments and eventually to a recommendation, which we'll then vote on. Gerald.
Thanks. I think this is not an easy one because this is a residential area where there is a business operating. But it is changes in society, and more people both parents have to work to be able to afford mortgages and things like that. It is inevitable. There is increased demand for childcare facilities across the city, and we know we are short of them, partly because some of them go bust every so often. So I can see the need, but I can also see that the impact it has on other people. But I'm conscious that we've said no to nursery because of the noise of the children in the past, which then went to appeal, where the appeal was granted, and that nursery was allowed to happen. So I think we have to be aware that this is not the final decision point, that if the applicant is turned down here, they can go to appeal, and our record within the city is that in residential areas where there has been an application for a nursery, that has been approved by government inspectors. So I'm also conscious that we have on this list of planning applications today, number 3, the Royal Beach Hotel, where the advice to us was that we should not go down a route in terms of conditions. We decided to ignore that advice, to go down that route, and that's worked out extremely well. So my feeling is that we should attempt to limit the size of this nursery. I think it will be easily enforced because I think there are a large number of neighbours who will keep a very, very close eye on making sure that any conditions we put on are kept to, and if they are not, that there are reports that come to us and to Ofsted. So my suggestion would be that we say yes to this happening, but we limit it in 3 ways. The first is the total number of children should be limited to 18. The second is that there should be a limit of no more than 6 in the garden at any one time. And the third condition would be that windows and doors are closed while the business is operating, so that there's no noise that escapes from there, except for people coming in and out of the business and into the garden. Because as there's now air conditioning, they can keep cool without needing to have the windows or doors closed. And with those conditions, I would then recommend saying yes.
Darren.
I'm happy to second what Gerald has said. That, to be honest, this is the logical solution to an issue. And I have to say I respectfully disagree with the planning officer. We have a nursery that's basically told us in the committee report it isn't going to take 25 people, and its optimum level is significantly below. It's already introduced air conditioning, which it says, I don't know, is already reducing the noise. Thirdly, the logic of there being a small number of people that actually works in childcare terms would limit the numbers in the garden. So I think this is entirely logical. Like Gerald, I think it is enforceable because it's what the school says it does, the nursery says it does already, and if it isn't, the neighbours are going to talk to Simon, to Councillor Bosch within seconds. So I would support this because I think it's the logical way of resolving what is a very, very difficult and painful neighbour dispute.
I would like to have a chance, and I don't know if others would, to question those conditions. I think in practice that's something we need to move towards looking at. But 6 people in the garden isn't all day, can be just as annoying as 15 in the garden once or twice. And indeed the enjoyment children get out of playing when there's a group of more children than 6 is, to me, invaluable, and also means it's much easier to staff. I wondered if you would think of amending that particular recommendation so that we could look at something that was limiting the times of day. For example, one could go for perhaps from after 10 and till 4 o'clock or something.
Chair, can Simon,
rather than that.
Could Simon please come back in regarding the conditions suggested?
I'm sure he will, but I wondered if that would be something we'd want to consider.
Happy the Chair, or an hour on, an hour off to give people a break, but something I'm happy to be guided.
Simon.
Thank you, councillors. A planning authority has to be very careful about imposing conditions such that you restrict, essentially, unreasonably restrict what is being proposed. I'll give you a rather outlandish example, but someone wants to open a nightclub and the planning authority says, yes, but you can't have loud music and you've got to shut at 11 p.m. Well, that's not a nightclub. This is a nursery that, whatever its business plan is and economics, it has to function and function in a reasonable manner. And government guidance in the Circular 1195 is quite explicit. You must not control things to impose an intolerable degree of supervision. So although it's understandable to want to try and make a judgment that a certain number will be better and acceptable than the other, the clear advice is not to do that. That's formal government advice and informal officer advice. And the other thing about enforceability, the tests in the MPPF about the conditions that can be imposed, you will end up with officers being called out every day to a site. We think there's a seventh child in the garden. There's got to be 6. That's the intolerable degree of supervision, both for the applicant and the intolerable resource strain it puts on the local planning authority. So that is why I've advised to you that really it's the size of the premises that will limit the activity, and whatever Ofsted's controls are that will limit the activity. It would appear that the property is pretty well used, or Ofsted registered to the maximum use at around about 25 children, and so really I think the application has to be determined on that basis, be it approval or refusal. I think something in between is too difficult and not lawful effectively.
So we've heard the officer's advice, which is compelling. Have we got any other alternative comments and first of all, any other recommendations from other members? Russell?
I think when it comes to indoor, and when it comes to the noise, I know there's a lot that can be done for indoor soundproofing. Sound panels, they work very, very effectively, and actually they even work so effectively that even if you have a door to outside, the sound's already absorbed before it gets there. So I would definitely recommend that that gets looked into. Also, when it comes to obviously absorbing sound from outside, obviously, the more trees and bushes, the more it absorbs. But I can fully understand if there is 18 children outside, that could be incredibly difficult. I think I'm in support of this, mainly because it is supporting NHS staff. I'm pretty sure it's also supporting some of the teachers at Court Lane School, because it'd be very convenient for them on the way in. And to quote 5.5, Councillor Norton, vital service for working parents, a good learning environment, and which will benefit the local community, including allowing parents to work. Most parents will walk to the site. You put here limited concern about noise. I mean, I always think when you live quite close to a school, you will pick up that noise, even if it is 100 metres away, but I can understand if you're right next to it, it's a bit different. But I still think that there could be done more on the sound panelling inside the house. And there's lots of child-proof versions as well, which I think I would really recommend. I think that would really, really help. Because I'm thinking, even though, yes, it is air-conditioned, sometimes, you know, especially if the doors can be open in and out, if you get those sound panels in, sound bounces off things. Sound bounces off walls, it bounces off ceilings. You get things to absorb it, it won't even get outside. That's just my 2 cents anyway. So I'm going to be for it.
And are you for it, subject to a condition on sound insulation? Or?
I definitely think the sound panelling is. Yes, I would put, based on that. Yes, I would definitely recommend and with the sound panellings, because they're really, really effective.
Sorry, Chair. Is the councillor proposing a motion or not?
He appears to be, but I wanted to ask the same question.
Well, I mean, there is already A4, so I probably just want to add that to what's already been proposed.
So you're seconding the proposal Councillor Jackson made and adding a further condition on sound insulation?
Yes.
Including the restriction of 6 in the garden? Which we've already been advised isn't...
Yeah, we're not, no, just the sound panels, but maybe not the 6. As I say, it's, yeah, okay.
You're quite able to make a recommendation. You recommend for approval with an additional, perhaps, consideration on further sound insulation. Okay, so we have 2 proposals on the table. They both need to be seconded, or anybody wanting to put a third proposal for or against the application should do so.
Judith, I've already seconded
did
Gerald's proposal.
You seconded, okay.
Yes, I understand that Gerald proposed and Darren Sanders seconded.
Thank you very much. So we already have one with a seconder. Do we have a seconder to Russell's proposal? Gerald?
I was wanting to come back. Can I ask, through you, Madam Chair, if the idea of 6 kids in the garden is not right, I respectfully disagree with Simon, and I think the option for us is either to put some conditions on how this works, or to turn it down with the expectation that the government inspectors allow it with no conditions, is to ask the people who run this, knowing that having kids in the garden all the time is a real pain or causes a hassle for their neighbours, if the idea of 6 at one time is not right, what's a better idea? I'm happy to be guided by professionals who know more about kids than me.
Yes, thank you. So previously, before we put this application in and before we knew that we had caused any sort of harm or upset to our neighbours, we were using the garden much more freely throughout the day. However, the minute I found out that it was causing upset, we do not go into the garden until after lunch, and the children are allowed free flow into the garden. It is, some minutes there might be all of the children out there, the next minute there may only be 1 or 2 children out there. That garden is only open for a period of about an hour and a half to 2 hours a day out of the whole day. We are happy to not use the garden in the mornings, so that gives the neighbours the opportunity, if they have friends around or sort of hosting anything, that they know every single morning it is going to be quiet out there. Just another point in terms of the soundproofing, if I may, is the air conditioning has made a huge, massive impact. Environmental Health have come out. We've used our decibel reader. We've put down carpets and additional furnishings. There is no need, in my opinion, to spend more money on trying to limit the noise when the noise is not heard from outside the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's unusual for us to seek that sort of information, but those are our concerns, so thank you.
Having listened to the advice, that advice, I wonder if it's more sensible instead, and to take your point as well, Chair, that instead of saying limit it to 6 kids in the garden at one time, that the garden is used for no more than 2 hours at a time without an hour's break, so that we picked up on how they operate, and that seems to work for them, and I hope it would limit the impact on neighbours.
Would you be
And
willing
I'm happy
to accept
to continue
that?
to support that. Yes, thank you.
You're happy to support. So we have a motion on the table, and if there are no contrary
Chair, I'll just move this forward. I'll propose it as it is, as the motion is.
Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Linda. Okay. So the first thing we have to is to vote for the amended permission, because that came to us first as a group.
Chair, hold on. I'm not clear what's going on.
We have 2 motions on the...
We've got Councillor Gerald Vernon-Jackson's motion with, is he now revising the condition?
So just for you, Juliet, to make sure that you got it absolutely clear, that I'm suggesting that we give permission with the following 3 conditions. Condition 1, that there is a limit to the number of children at the business of 18, 18. Condition 2, that the garden is only used for 2 hours at a time, and therefore then should be at least 1 hour's break before it's used again by the children. And condition 3, that when the garden is in use, or when the property is in use for the business, that windows and doors should be kept shut to keep noise inside while the air conditioning is operating.
Chair, can I just come back in on the proposed conditions? Ofsted enabled them to have 25 children. It's unreasonable for us to impose a condition limiting it to 18. I'm guessing also the use of the garden may depend on staffing numbers, and so again I don't consider that to be reasonable, and having the windows and doors shut is again completely unreasonable.
Juliet, it's what we do for nightclubs, isn't it?
We're not dealing with a nightclub here, we're dealing with a childcare facility, which so when you consider a condition, it's got to be necessary, relevant to planning, relevant to development being permitted, enforceable, precise and reasonable in all other aspects. I'm just wondering how you consider that the council are going to be able to enforce all this. and it's got to be reasonable, and I don't consider it to be reasonable to be putting in these limitations. And, you know, people should be able to open their doors and windows, particularly if the air conditioning isn't working. And if you're limiting the number of hours that they can go in the garden, they're not going to be getting any fresh air.
I'm sure if the air conditioning is broken, I'm sure that enforcement officers will have a flexibility, but most things work most of the time, Juliet. So I think they're entirely reasonable, and I'm happy to keep my proposal on the table.
Darren, are you happy to continue to support that proposal?
Completely.
Okay, thank you.
No, because, hang on, I understand the point about lack of reasonableness. Normally that's right. But we have a committee report here where the applicant has said that a lower figure than 25 is educationally the best. That figure has been clarified in a question which you allowed to them. So I think, therefore, limiting it to a level that they think is reasonable is very, very sensible. We're essentially trying to balance up two really different problems here and trying to make sure that people can stay together and be good neighbours. And I think what Gerald is proposing is sensible.
Fine, so we still have two proposals on the table. One is to approve the application as it stands and therefore to take into account the officer's recommendations on conditions, and the other one is to recommend approval but subject to additional conditions. If the committee is minded to do that, do you feel you've got enough information, Juliet?
I'm not clear what order these are going in, because Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson, it sounds like he's amended his own motion.
But it was the one proposed first, so traditionally we do them in that order.
No, we're not arguing about that. Juliet is just saying she's not quite clear on the wording you want.
No, I'm just checking on. Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson has put forward a motion which is with these three conditions. His motion was first seconded by Councillor Darren Sanders. We'll deal with that motion first. If we need to deal with another one, I'll seek clarification.
And Chair, just to be clear, the first motion was for 6 children maximum in the garden. The newer motion talks about garden times, not numbers in the garden, unless I misheard.
I think that we're agreeing that Gerald and Darren agreed to amend it to 2 times, and we don't want to...
I understand that the members are voting on a limit of number of children to 18, use the garden 2 hours at a time with 1 hour break, and that the windows and doors are shut.
Is that correct, Councillor Jackson? Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to vote on that position, even though we have got officer advice to the contrary. This is what we do. We're very mindful of the problems of neighbours. So those in favour of Gerald and Darrell's recommendation for approval subject to those 3 conditions, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Those against? Have you counted those, Juliet?
I had 3 for and 4 against. Are there any abstentions?
There are no abstentions. So now we're going to move to the second recommendation which Councillor John Smith put up, which was that we should approve this, with a lot of hopes that the human relations between the nursery and their neighbours is maintained at a really high standard. If you are happy to go with the officer's recommendation, please raise your hand.
Chair, can I just check who seconded that?
Linda
lovely.
Symes
Thanks.
seconded. Please raise your hands.
Four in favour.
Please raise your hands if you're against that.
2 against.
And if you're abstaining, thank you. 1 abstention. So we've given you planning permission, and I very much hope that you can improve and maintain relationships with neighbours. Thank you. Good. We'll move on to the next application, which is the application for the City Life Church at 85 Tangier Road. And here we do have a number of, we have four people who've come here to object to this. Do we have anybody else nobody else has turned up against standing orders to make a representation here? Thank you. So we'll move to the normal procedure, which is for Simon to explain the application, please. And we have a small amendment noted in this MAT, the supplementary matters, which are, for the members of the public, are the bits of information that come out since the original reports are published. And we've already noted that Councillor Sanders is going to do a deputation on this one, not take part in the debate as member of the Planning Committee. So, Simon, if you could proceed, I'd be very grateful.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application at the City Life Church on Tangier Road for extensions and other associated works. That is the site on Tangier Road in the Baffins local centre. Although there are houses to the south there, on the opposite side of the road, and to either side, you can make out the parade to the southeast quadrant there, and then it's further west on either side of the road. So it sits in Baffins local centre. That's the City Life Church, 1930s building, obviously a local landmark, along with two other sizable churches nearby. I should take you through in full detail in a moment, but essentially the principal elements of the application are for a two-storey extension on the western side, Linton Grove here, filling up most of the gap to the pavement. I shall show you that in more detail in a moment. And then there on the Tangier Road frontage down the eastern side here, they wish to build a single and two-storey element there as well, adjacent to the property, which is owned by the applicant and rented out privately, residential purposes. Just to give you a bit more look around the site, you can see the area to the western side that would be about two-thirds filled with the new proposed development, two-storey, and then the property on the other side of Linden Grove. You can see the parking restrictions just wrapping around the corner, but otherwise it is unrestricted parking in the area, and that road in particular is one way. One or two others are one way. That's the same end of Linden Grove, looking west along Tangier Road. There's St Joseph's at the far end, one of the other two local churches. That's the other part of the parade on either side of the road. You can see it's parked up, heavily parked along Tangier Road, and the residential streets have varying amounts of parking, which I can come back to in due course. So the smaller image on the left-hand side is the existing ground floor. So you can make out the site edge there in red, and that's the landscaped area that you have seen, and the gap on the right-hand side next to the house. So the proposal is to extend the hall at ground floor level and at first floor level, and then introduce a ancillary cafe, part of the church offer, place of worship offer, to the side here with doors opening out onto a terrace. So at first floor level, there is the two-storey element on the western elevation that gives the upper hall a greater space as well. And then on the eastern side, a more limited two-storey element above the cafe, which includes a lift. The elevation's a little harder to follow. I've got another image in a moment to assist. So here's the Tangier Road frontage. That is the western element, two-storey side element, which has, well, I'll show you in a moment the more detailed images. That's the western elevations facing the side road. These are, the applicant has shown a concern about perceived overlooking to the property to the western side. So it's that relationship looking across from the proposed extension at first floor level across into that property. Has shown some sensitivity, and so this is They're windows, and they're normal windows, but they have what's called a perforated brick approach. So you have gaps in the brickwork. Just leave certain gaps when you're laying the bricks, which will give a real and perceived improvement in terms of any concern about overlooking to the other side of the street, to the garden at right angles. And normal glazing at ground floor level. And a lot of glazing to the front. There's space for trees along the side, represented here. Some bike spaces and some hard and soft landscaping. And then on the eastern side, so this is effectively standing in the neighbour's garden to the east, the property that's owned by the church I mentioned. The purple lines is how the application started off, and we negotiated some reductions, which I think was very necessary, and the applicant is obliged. Here's the ground floor flat roofed extension for the cafe use, and the first floor element set further back. There. There's an image to assist. The main image is the western elevation again, so that is the proposed extension. Significant size, filling the gap there, but it is a large building, so that's an important consideration for the committee that officers have looked at over the months with the applicant. The design, the scale, the position, the architecture, but that gives you a better impression of how it would appear in the street scene there. We have a condition you may have noticed for full architectural details, to ensure that the sort of quality you can see here is actually replicated when it is built. So if approved, we would have a lot more work to do with the applicant on the choice of materials, the bonding of the masonry, the colour, the perforated bricks, the recesses of the windows, the coping on top there, etc., as well as, of course, the hard and soft landscaping. The smaller image shows the inside looking out, so you can see the brickwork effect. Lets some light in, but from the other side it's harder to perceive, even with the lights on the inside, that there's any overlooking. So that is the proposal for some extensions to the church. The report sets out the applicant's desire to improve their offer, improve the facilities. There are, like the last application, letters of support and objection. The main issues are noise and parking and traffic again. Officers feel that it's a place of worship in an urban area. We visited the site and not seen any undue impact at all in terms of noise or parking or congestion, and so are quite happy to recommend it for approval. Before we come to the deputations, just one minor amendment. The cafe area has this outdoor terrace shown right up to the edge of the neighbouring property and onto the back of the pavement. We're not sure that's quite appropriate in extent for overall character and also for the neighbour next door. So by condition we'd like to amend, as set out in the SMAT report, just amend the area and the details of that and the other hard standing with respect to levels to fully understand the details of the application. So there's just that one proposal to the condition 3. Thank you.
And that is repeated on page 3 of the behind the SMAT notes. There's a redrafted condition. Yep, at the top of page 4. Just to draw your attention to that, an additional condition. Now comes to listen to deputations. On my note it says that I have 4 people here objecting. Are there any people here in support? And we also have a deputation from Darren Sanders, and you'll go at the end because you're a councillor. So the 4 of you, John Williams, Ian White, Stephen Evans, Leonie Oliver, will need to divide the time between 4 minutes each. 3 minutes each, sorry, I couldn't do my maths. 3 minutes each. Or in another way, you might want one person to speak for 1 minute. And we will be keeping a note of the time on that. I don't know if Juliet or Jane is going to be able to do that, because I can't do that and think. So if you'd like to start, then one of you.
My name's John and I live in Linton Grove. Would it be possible to put the traffic survey up on there? Don't eat into my minutes.
I'm afraid we don't have that on the presentation.
Okay. Anyway, I'll begin. I would like to focus on the traffic survey exhibited by the church, which I believe the local authority has relied on. It is over a year old and is incorrect and contradicts itself. It states that the new extensions will have no effect whatsoever on parking. Linton Grove has 14 disabled car parking spaces and is a one-way street. Even on Sundays, cars were parked on the yellow lines on the corners by the church and a motorbike on the pavement. How on earth will they develop this site with no room for demolition, delivery, storage and materials and construction traffic? They are planning to move the entrance to the corner of Linton Grove, so presumably attendees will gather in that open area. On the one hand, the survey states that the applicant recognises that there are parking issues. It states that there is a minibus and ride service, which was rarely used, but in fact that no longer exists. They have stated that they have unlimited use of the college car park at the end of Tangier Road. Would this be the case Monday to Saturday when the college is open to students and sports events? It is also stated that the church is only open on a Sunday from 9:30 to 12 o'clock. Emphasise that, only open from 9:30 to 12 o'clock. And that they have 150 to 200 attendees. But they do in fact advertise they are open office hours Monday to Friday, and they have conferences and events and functions at other times too. This is something which they say they plan to develop in the new building. City Life has also stated openly that the church leaders are looking for an alternative site with parking because they acknowledge there isn't sufficient parking. They want this permission to go through as it is unlikely that they will be able to raise the £2 million that they asked their congregation for by way of donations on their website. The charity website states they do not use public funds, which I assume means no grants or lottery funding. Everyone who lives locally has asked why the extensions are needed, as the building itself is substantial already. The church own a property next door to, so presumably in the future, it is not unreasonable to assume that it could also be included in the site. These objections that we are raising are nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with our religious beliefs, but I think we will show that we have enough evidence here to reject the application today and meet the criteria to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hello, my name is Leonie Oliver. I live on Baffins Road and I am also wishing to be a councillor for the Liberal Democrat Party. As a result, I sent out a survey to the neighbouring residents of the Baffins area, directly Linton Grove, and as the results from the survey were pretty unanimous, barring one, which actually went through the door of the church. The residents are telling me that they don't want this application to go through, and they don't want it for various reasons, such as ones that John's already highlighted. Parking is a major issue in Portsmouth across the board. We are all aware of that. And to bring in more people to that local area, they are going to be travelling via car. People are not going to walk to church on a Sunday morning, and as John's already highlighted, the church is also open at various times during the day. So the fact is that parking will be an issue. It is also about the disruption that it will cause. It is a one-way narrow road. Where are the vehicles going to be? How is that going to impact the neighbouring community? The biggest one for me is actually what is the need for it. I attended a group with my daughter. I attend various parent and toddler groups that are free because of the cost of living. I attended one at the City Life Church called Love Family on a Thursday morning to find four children. And they were charging me £1. Now, okay, £1 is fine, but there were 4 children. I'm very aware that that is only one group that I've attended, but there are other local communities that are offering things for children and families that are bringing in 30, 40 a week. So I'd question how much space does a church need that is already, as been highlighted, is a very large building. So I'd question, is it needed at all? And going forward, my worry is actually about the future of the local area. This to me feels very much like a money scheme, and actually I would like some guarantee from the City Life that actually this isn't going to be sold off for future housing. For me, as John has highlighted, the City Life people are looking for an alternative venue. Are they continuing to look for an alternative venue still whilst this application gets approved? And if so, they could potentially end up with 2. It would make sense for the Tangiers Road venue to be sold off as land for future HMOs, and I think that would have a major impact in our community. I think, to finish, if the community wanted this application, they would be using it and they would see a need for it, and actually they're not using it as it is. It is being used by people outside of the area, and therefore that is why the traffic is more. The Baffins residents are very reasonable people, and like John has stated, it is not about religion. If they wanted it, they would ask for it. They're not, and I think that needs to be listened to. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Some of those things are relevant to the decision on a planning application, and some not, as you'd expect. There are 2 other people. We are eating into time because you've taken up a little bit more of your time, but.
Sorry.
Yourself.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Evans, and I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. I've already objected twice to the planning application, once when it first came out, back in June 2021, and again when it was revised in May of this year. My feelings about the plans haven't changed at all, and nothing that I've seen since has made me want to change my mind. I have a few main objections. My main one is privacy. I live at number 64 Tangier Road, which is directly across the road from this church. The new extension on the west side will be looking directly into our bedroom and living room windows, and I don't think that's acceptable. We also suffer with noise and light disturbance from the church. The city light signs outside are on until midnight every night, and they also have security lights which are very frequently triggered by foxes and dogs, etc. during the night. They're very bright, very intrusive. We have asked in the past for them to be angled down a bit, but they take no notice. Parking is a major issue in Tangier Road. The old system where they used to bus people in from the college finished way back in the pandemic, and now most of their worshippers on a Sunday arrive by taxi, apart from the people who have disabled badges who then park on every street corner and on every double yellow line. The last objection I have is the disruption that this is going to cause if it gets planning permission and if the building goes ahead. There is nowhere on site for storage of building materials or for contractors' vehicles, and a huge amount of space on Tangier Road and Linton Grove would be taken away from residential use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person, which I think is Ian.
Yeah, my name's Ian White. I live at 89 Tangier Road, so if you looked at the elevations you've shown, I'm directly on the east side, next door neighbour but one to the church. Essentially, I am their next door neighbour because the church owns my neighbour on that side. I have had for a long time a lot of problems with noise from the church. If you actually know the area, you'll know that to the right of my house there's a large block of flats which is a huge 30-foot wall. So any noise from the church just comes out into my garden, bounces back again. I've spoken to them frequently about all the windows down on that elevation of the church. They open them all up in the winter, in the summer, and they do have amplified music. That's the type of church they are. They are they are very, very ebullient, or whatever the word is, and enthusiastic, and I have no problems. I moved in next to a church. I knew it was there, but I have frequently visited them and asked them if they can do something about the noise, closing the windows. And they've had to shut the doors on the front of Tangier Road because of the noise coming out of the church. I had a noise survey done, and I was told that it wasn't sufficient to do anything. They did talk to the church, asked me if they would consider air conditioning or double glazing on that side, and they told the council at the time that they couldn't afford it. I don't believe that's true for a moment. I think something about noise pollution should be added. Parking, as my colleagues have said, is a big problem in the area. If you look at the traffic survey, and actually look at where the traffic survey uses the national table to say that of the 97 cars that they think the church uses, only 37 need to find parking spaces because the rest of them walk. If you look at the postcodes where those people actually live in the map that they gave the demographic, most of them PO1 to PO5, and most of the people are outside of Portsmouth. And people are not going to walk from Southsea or from Anchorage Park to Tangier Road on a wet winter to the church, please. You know, I think we all know that's not going to happen. And as he said, the City Life bus hasn't been running. The other problem is is if you look at the applications on the website, you mentioned there's 39 objections and 32 pros. If you actually dive into those numbers, you will notice that the objections all come from local people. Nearly all of the supporting ones come from outside of our area, out into Hayling Island, Fareham, Gosport, Havant. So it's mainly the congregation, and if you look at the comments on those supporting ones, they are all basically saying a church is needed and more outreach to the community. The community is telling you that really we can't support this level of footfall in the area with the parking we've got. If you look at the church hall at the moment, it's 250 people. We don't think they fill that at all, but if parking is being considered, surely it should be considered on the maximum capacity of the hall, or not when Church Life say, oh, we're only going to put 50 people in there. Surely we should be considering that it could be filled, because if they're allowed to go to this, they will have the ability to fill that area. I'm hoping.
Thank you very much. Darren Sanders, Councillor Darren Sanders.
Thanks, Judith, and thanks to the people who came before me. In the interest of openness, I've met both the applicant and objectors. I'm commenting on this application today, knowing how divisive it's been for the Baffins community, just as the last scheme was for people in Court Lane. I'll tell you now what my comments are not. They are not criticism of City Life. I know many Baffins people who attend the church and love it. I also know people in the area who, for whatever reason, don't like them. I'm not one of those people that don't like them. City Life has done many good things for this area, for the Baffins area. They help with events such as the Fun Day and the Old Christmas Market. I'm sure there are people who won't vote for me because of that, but it doesn't make it any less true. I too have heard the rumours that they want to go. I hope they don't. When Councillor Lynn Stagg and I met City Life in 2019, I think, the then third councillor couldn't make the meeting, I gave the church 2 criteria by which I would judge this application. The first was its impact on local businesses. As Simon outlined, they were talking about expanding a cafe area. And I was particularly concerned that the cafes on Tangier Road, particularly a place called Harper's and a place called Beanie's, the latter is very commonly used by people walking their dogs and tourists to the pond. I was particularly concerned that those cafes that are part of the fabric of the area would be affected. I was told then by City Life they thought the scheme was fine. And when I asked them 3 years later, they confirmed that. So that criteria was satisfied. My second criteria in 2019 was the impact on the amenity of local people, especially parking. I mean, anyone who knows this part of Baffins, I know there's a fair few people in this room who've trudged those streets from time to time, knows parking is, and I'm being polite here, at a premium. There just simply aren't the spare spaces for the sort of significant increase in cars coming to the area that this sort of expansion would justify. People remain split on solutions, but they're united on the problem, and they see there is a problem. So I told City Life in 2019 I wanted proof that their scheme wouldn't make the nightmare worse. That proof is simply not here. I've said before, when we discussed the St James's Hospital application, that we need up-to-date traffic information to take decisions, and committee deferred that decision partly on those grounds. But we've just had an application at Court Lane where a survey didn't exist either. And that, I think, is frustrating for us as committee members trying to take decisions. But regarding this scheme, colleagues, you're in the weird position of being asked effectively to ignore the applicant's own traffic statement and the findings of the BEAT survey, both of which show 90% plus parking stress, on the grounds that they were done during the pandemic, and so could not be replicated when it ended. Now that to me is somewhat frustrating in trying to make decent decisions. So as a result, I asked planning for a current traffic survey. I've not seen one, nor is one mentioned with the report. Therefore, as with St James's, you're being asked to approve a scheme without any current evidence on its impact on local roads. However, unlike St James's, the only evidence you do have says there's not enough space to cope. Indeed, the only way this works is if very few people turn up at all, which then asks the question of, well, why do this in the first place? So as far as I'm concerned, although City Life is a very beneficial organisation to the Baffins area, the impact on parking of the number of extra people needed to make this expansion work will create excessive parking stress and so will harm the amenity of Baffins residents. And on those grounds, and that ground alone, I object to this application. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you very much. We now have the opportunity for members to ask questions, and I think following that I might lead off with a question on why there isn't an up-to-date traffic survey. Please, Simon. And a survey that anticipates the full use of all those chairs we see in there.
Thank you. Sometimes it falls to officers effectively to do the work themselves, not least as they want to see for themselves. Even if an updated survey or the first survey is done, officers may still want to actually check its veracity. And that's happened in both the last application, as the report set out, the case officer had visited, and I visited this site on a Sunday morning as well. And I was interested to see, actually, the comparison to the applicant's survey, which was done January 2021, so that was locked down, as they noted, and where they opined that fewer people were active, more people were at home. So they were suggesting or saying that when lockdown is over, more people may be out and about on a Sunday morning, in particular, when the church is most busy, and therefore there would be more parking on street. That was realised with what I saw on site on the Sunday morning when I was there. Their survey showed 37 spaces. That's not many from what's available on the street, because these are quite long roads, north and south of Tangier Road, and I've been up and down 9 or 10 or 11 of them to check the same sort of area that they checked. So they found 37 spaces in total. I found 59 before the service was starting, half an hour before the service. I hoped that was early enough to catch before most people had arrived. During the actual service, there were 77 spaces on the streets. So there were some changes. Yeah, Tangier Road is chocker with parking. I saw one space or none. The two routes I did, the two rounds I did before and during the service. That's people in the parades, in the houses, etc., etc. Linton Grove, there were 2 spaces both times I was up and down there, very limited. Idsworth Road, 1 space, 2 spaces. That's because it's got lots of dropped curbs for garages set back, so that severely limits the capacity on that road. Other roads did have quite a lot of capacity. Westover Street, which is a longer road, 300 metres, had 18 spaces and then 27 during the survey. Chesterfield Road, 13 and 14, they were the 2 with the most. both within about 5 minutes walking distance of the church. So my observations were that the church operates at the moment and does not fill the streets full of cars. And I didn't think that with an expansion, those spaces would all suddenly be taken up either, which is why we haven't pursued, for example, the Portsmouth College option that the objectors mentioned as well, asking about it and passing comment on that. And I didn't also notice any congestion, which was raised by an objector talking about bad parking. I saw one car parked on the curb that I showed you earlier there, right there. I didn't know who that was, but I suspect it was someone jumping into someone's house, their own house, or into one of the shops or something, because it was gone later, so it wasn't there for the duration of the service. And you'd be surprised if everyone parked there for a service that you'd hope they might get a ticket or get reported. So I didn't see any difficulty in congestion on my one visit. I saw people arriving on foot. Either they have walked or they've parked somewhere else. I didn't see any errant parking in the area, apart from that one I've just referred you to here. I didn't see any difficulties or congestion. I didn't see people dropping off and picking up outside the church or dropping off at the start of the service. I just saw a small stream of people coming in on foot. It is in the urban area. It's an existing church. It is quite big, of course, and it would get bigger with this proposal. But my observation was that there seemed to be capacity on the street, and certainly is existing. It wasn't operating, as far as I could see, with any difficulty with respect to parking. Long answer, Chair, but hopefully that's helpful.
Any further questions from members? Thank you.
Are there any timescales for the proposed cafe? When will it be open? Will it be open during the week, Sundays, any particular times?
Thank you, Councillor. No, I don't believe so. I wouldn't have expected it, really. Any place of worship tends to offer this sort of community facility, whether it's a soup kitchen or day-to-day alms, effectively giving food, inviting people in, whether or not you're worshipping, having some sort of coffee area and so on. That they clearly wish to formalise that and enlarge it, if you like. But it would have to remain as an ancillary facility to the place of worship. Hence, I don't think that they propose any particular hours. If there's any fear about it becoming a Costa Coffee or something, in terms of the local businesses or amenity, I don't see that happening, and that may or may not require planning permission if the nature of the use changes from an ancillary facility to more of a standalone cafe. So I would have expected it to operate as a normal coffee facility, kitchen facility in a normal place of worship, albeit in an extension with a sort of smart new appearance.
Other questions from members? Shall we move then on to comments and recommendations, Gerald?
Thanks. I'd like to propose refusal on the basis of the impact of parking on local residents. And also, I'm sorry, it's not been brought up before, but I think the proposed wall on the western side, I think in design terms is very poor. It means that people can look out from the new bit directly into the next door, the house on the other side of the road. But also, looking at it, it'll just look like a blank two-storey wall, which I think in design terms is very poor. We know how to do obscured glass so that people get light in and people, that's exactly right, Simon. I just think that huge, great, flat blank wall is very poor in terms of design. And so my recommendation would be to turn down in terms of amenity because of the impact on parking on local residents, but also in terms of design because of that wall and having a blank two-storey wall is poor design. I have no idea if I have a seconder, as we haven't discussed it.
Russell.
I will second. I also just want to add as well, I had a bit unrelated, but it's actually related. I actually had a meeting with the Hillsey Line Ranger we were talking about how to reduce the impact of cars and, the carbon that gets put out. And actually, it's not trees that are best, it's actually grass. And I think to lose that bit of grass at the front would also have an impact from an environmental point of view. So just to add.
Thank you. So we have a proposal to refuse it with those two grounds, and we have it seconded by Councillor Russell Simpson. Do we have... Yes, of course, Simon.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair.
No,
Thank
carry
you.
on.
Some of the points made by the objectors, I don't wish to ignore everything you said. Mr. White, thank you for your comments about the noise. You're next door but one, separated by the residential property the church owns, and the noise bouncing off. I just wanted to say for completeness, I didn't think that the noise would get any worse from a larger building if they've got amplified noise now, amplified music. That happens now, and if they have more worshippers, for example, more people there, I'm not sure that would change that much, but there is a proper control through the environmental regulations, and I could put you in touch later perhaps with our environmental services who would happily look at the matter for you, whether or not there's a planning permission for extension or whether it remains as existing. So there is something to look at there. There was some speculation about whether the site might be sold for housing, this, that and the other. Do they need an alternative site? Those are not planning matters. There was, thank you, John, didn't have your surname, about the construction period. That's a good point. We would happily attach a condition, if it was approved, would happily attach a condition addressing how to manage the construction period. I mean, without a condition, it would have to be managed anyway through the Local Highways Authority, because they would presumably need to take some of the street outside the site for construction reasons, materials, plant, etc. But we can expand upon that with a further planning condition that's also related to amenity and general congestion. So were members minded to approve it, I would recommend a further condition to deal with the construction period. Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson, on your comments there. It's a matter of subjectivity, whether or not anyone likes the design and the scale of the building. As I said at the start, the concern to the other neighbour, Mr. Adams, who lives across the road, I think the church have been sensitive to that. I didn't expect that there would be an issue from a church that's not frequently used upstairs there in the public realm. There are other houses a bit further down the street that look diagonally across. There's a neighbour that will look down on your garden from the side, obliquely across. Nevertheless, they proposed this effect that you saw earlier with the perforated brick, so-called. I don't think they'd mind that being obscurely glazed. That's not a reason for refusal, I don't think. We'll find out, to be clear, about what the proposal for the refusal is. I think it was just parking and poor design. Oh, and overlooking, you did say. So the overlooking issue could be resolved as a stroke, not only with the perforated brick effect, but with obscure glazing, frosted glazing as well. So to remove any possibility of perception or reality of overlooking to the neighbour, I think that would deal with that. In terms of the design and how it appears, blankness was referred to there. I think that's another reason for the effect. Without the effect of the bricks, it would be normal window apertures. That's the reason for the architectural condition, to control that matter, to make sure that it really does look good. I think these are serious architects. If they're retained through to construction, if it's approved, I think this would be a good addition, to be honest. This would be an interesting architectural effect on the western elevation there, and we would have full control over the full details and quality. I don't think it would be a blank elevation. It would be an interesting architectural effect, with the trees as well, also helping to break up the massing and provide some softening. And then you've heard my views on the parking.
Thank you very much. Do we have any alternative recommendations from the committee? So we have one recommendation, which is to refuse the application, subject to the three reasons that two reasons corrected. subject to the two reasons for refusal.
I think there's three, Chair.
I thought there was.
There's parking, the looking directly into the house, and then there's the design. Is that correct?
Well, if you say so.
Well, it's that I've written down what you said. So
That's fine.
I'm happy with that because that's what I remembered as well. And that's been seconded by Councillor Russell Simpson. Can you all raise your hands if you want to refuse this application subject to those reasons? And if you want to disagree with that, would you like to raise your hands? And any abstentions, raise your hand. Okay, so we have refused this application on those grounds today. Let's move on and do one more before we have a comfort break, because one or two people are needing to leave at 1. The next application then is... Yes? You need a break now. Okay, will 5 minutes be enough? 5-minute break now, comfort break and back, and we will do another application before people have to leave. Thank you. welcome back. Just a small change to the agenda, unless people object, is that I propose to bring forward item number 10, which is 48 Wallington Road. Councillor Swan is no longer able to come and do a deputation, but he has sent a, we have been sent a deputation to read out, and Councillor Rob New is not expected to attend either. But we do have a lot of people here who are interested in that, and whether or not they are intending to speak, I think probably not. Are you intending to speak? Okay, I think it would be best if they could be, these good folk could be allowed to go home. So we'll first of all deal with the Royal Beach Hotel, and then we'll go straight to item 10, if that's all right with everybody present.
Would it be 10 and 11 together?
9 and 10.
I've got, I'm looking at the schedule of deputations. The one I'm proposing to move is the 48 Wallington Road application, which is on the other side of the piece of paper I've got.
I think the numbering on the deputation list is slightly different.
Okay,
to
thank
the
you.
agenda.
Are you okay with that?
I've got a deputation for 6, 7, 8, 9, and it also should be 10, but my name.
Yeah, I understand that, and we have moved you up the agenda in the past, but there's only one of you and there's 5 of them.
What I'm saying is the one you were discussing, my name's not down for a deputation, but I should be.
That's fine, that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, so Royal Beach Hotel. Simon, would you like to proceed to introduce this application to us? We have, as the planning history on here says, given this building a good deal of consideration in the past. And so we're fairly familiar with the past history of that in planning terms. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sir, a planning application at the Royal Beach Hotel. It's East Wing on St Helens Parade on the seafront to convert that part of the hotel into 29, 3 maisonettes and 26 flats. Members will recall seeing the same site and a similar application earlier this year that was refused on the space standards for some of the units. There is the site on the eastern side of the hotel. There it sits relative to the pier. And there it is on the street frontage in the conservation area. There are a couple of roads around the back where you can view the rear of the hotel and the east wing. You can just see peeping above that building underneath the red arrow. So it's a sizable building. There's a more open view of the rear of the east wing, so we're looking towards the sea there and the pier. So it's the conversion of that that eastern element on the left-hand side. I'll skip through some of these because these are mostly historical in case we need to look back at any slides. So here's the current application, the conversion of the east wing, 3 maisonettes, 26 flats, including, I should add, the mansard roof to be constructed to the top and with various external alterations, fenestration, Juliet balconies in particular. And there's the breakdown of the units, bedroom sizes, bedroom numbers I should say. Just a canter through the plans for you. The lower ground floor plan has a sizable bike store and refuse stores, and then the 3 maisonettes, 1, 2, 3, with staircases to take you up into the second floor of those 3 units, and they would have private external terraced areas there outside. Onto the main body of the building. A variety of sized units. You can just about make out bigger ones at the front and a range of other units to the rear. For those who are not familiar with the site from last time, the application obviously raises a whole number of issues, the normal issues you would expect, but the focus was on the reason it failed previously was the room sizes. There was a mistake in the standards applied, A, and B, since then, now applying the correct standards. That was our fault, not the applicant's fault, I should say. And also there have been some adjustments to the layout, resulting in the much better and highly adequate provision of housing with respect to the national space standards if we're looking at size alone, let alone layout. To get to my point, that the report sets out for each flat how large it is, how many bedrooms it has, and the maisonettes, and whether or not they exceed or fail to exceed the national space standard. 5 units, members will have seen, fail to reach the standard. 5 of the 29. A is a limited number. B, they're falling below the standard by a very small amount. One is 0.16 square metres, negligible, and the other 4 are just over a square metre. The units in question are these units. There's one on each floor, one above the other. It's a conversion, so that's why they're all exactly the same size, reusing the structural walls of the hotel. And that's indeed a reason why, if it were new build, you could expect perhaps everything to be to the national standards, but it's a historic building, and you wouldn't really want to knock it around too much if possible, and that's why just 4 units out of the 29 are just 1 square metre short, and as the report points out, plenty of the other ones are very, very generous indeed, by tens and tens of metres squared. So in the round, the space standards are extremely good, in fact, and that is the long and short of the application. For completeness, with respect to the previous refusal, I should say. So the same layout, broadly speaking, across each floor. A proposed 5th floor in the mansard to be proposed. Mansard's common across the seafront in particular. If done well, this one looks appropriate in scale and design and materials, and we will work on the applicant with that if approved to make sure. Some roof terraces as well for the people on the top story. Some details of fire, etc. that was worked on. There are the standards I've just taken you through at a canter. Here are the areas of external alterations on the south elevation facing the sea compared to the existing, so it's principally amendments to windows as part of the conversion, upgrading of the building to modern standards in particular, so changes to fenestration and, well, mostly to fenestration, also the installation of Juliet balconies, again, common on the seafront and indeed other places. So that'll be done particularly well on the front there, and it will be a smarten up of the important building in the conservation area, along with the new mansard roof. And then more limited changes on the eastern side. Sorry, the western side, northern side. Get that right? The eastern side, there's some more comprehensive changes, but essentially it's fenestration and Juliet balconies that won't look as noticeable as this highlighted elevation. And for completeness, the western elevation. So that is the long and short of the application. The space standards are now very adequately met, and we can commend the application to the committee. In terms of any updates, I've just noticed a typo this morning in the report. For completeness, while we're at it, paragraph 2.3 refers to 63 bedrooms in the hotel. It is actually 52, which is correctly referenced later on in the report. And then we notice condition 11 concerns disability access. That in fact is not really necessary. That would replicate the building regulations. So rather than have a replication and any confusion, we propose to delete condition 11 and let access be dealt with properly in the normal way through the building regulations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. Any questions for Simon about this application? Oh, sorry, deputations. Do we have any? Yes, we do. David Blackford, are you here?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee. My name is David Blackford, and I am a resident at the Mansion Court Retirement Complex, which is to the rear of the Royal Beach Hotel, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Mansion Court today. Mansion Court is a retirement complex of 41 flats, and it's situated to the rear of the hotel, and we share a common service road, Mansion Road, which you would have seen in the presentation earlier on, that it supplies access to the rear of our complex and also to the rear of the hotel. So we are in full view of the northern aspect of the hotel. We have previously shown our support for the application and as such have sent a petition of support to the previous planning engineer, Mark Wadsworth, and because our support is continuing, we have also sent a copy of our petition for this application to the existing planning engineer, Michael Cassidy. I'd just like to say that when we took the petition, there were a number of flats that were either unoccupied or residents were unable because of medical conditions to take part in the petition. But we had a 75% in favour of supporting the application. And our main reasons for this, we feel that the reduction in the number of units from 40 down to 29 is a positive move as it lightens the load on the services required to be supplied to the flats and services that come away from the flats, and also, of course, a restriction in the parking requirements that may be required at any one time. And of course, even the 40 units was a potential reduction on the parking side of things from the 50-odd rooms that were there previously in the hotel. Now, we're also very keen to see this application go through, because not only will the interior of the building be redeveloped, but also, of course, the exterior will be refurbished as well, with the addition of the mansard roof and the types of windows that will be put in, and the overall decoration that will go on to the external side of the building itself, plus the immediate surroundings, means that I think it will give an uplift to the area, and that is something that we are very keen to see. And when the application does proceed and the development does progress, of course, from our own personal points of view, it will mean the end of what at the moment we describe as Scaffold City. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We also have the agent, Stuart Bone, here.
Thank you, Chair. On the basis of the clear and concise report given by the planning officer, I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move to questions from members? Any questions? We are. Darren.
Thank you, Judith. I want to start with one of the conditions, condition 14, I think, Simon. I mentioned that because the designing out crime officer was very clear about having private gardens. And has the designing out crime officer approved that condition?
Thank you. I'm not aware that we've gone back to them. Sometimes if it's quite clear that you're achieving what has been asked, we wouldn't necessarily bother the busy police officer again, but we're quite clear we've achieved what was requested.
Okay. With regards to, remind us of the position of the extant consent. You say the report says they made a material start on the extant consent. So in planning terms, they can pursue that regardless, can't they?
That's correct.
Yeah. The only problem they've got is it's not technically feasible, they say.
Correct, apparently also, yes.
Okay. So in theory, they could do it anyway if they find a way around the construction nightmare that they've found themselves in.
Well, there may be ways that they could do that indeed with or without amendments to the application, should they wish to, but they don't wish to pursue that application, clearly. It's the new one that's now proposed.
My final question relates to essentially what's changed from the last time this was discussed, because 5 flats were below the space standards and 5 flats are still below the space standards. So I'm grateful for your thoughts on what's actually changed in this application since last time, because for me it didn't feel like much had. And that was my final question, Judith. You'll be pleased to know.
I'm not sure if it was 7 or 8 flats that were below in the scheme that was refused, and they were below by approximately 7 square metres each. So that was 7 flats below at around about 7 square metres. We now have just 5, 1 absolutely negligible, and 4 by 1 square metre. And then we've had a rejig of some of the flats as well. So in terms of layout and adequacy of size, everything is much better on the size in particular. So as I explained a few minutes ago, the shortfalls on the 4 flats, we wouldn't ask them to change that because of the structure of the building, knocking around old walls and so on. You know, let's keep the character and let's make things more straightforward. And they're just minor shortfalls, and then all the other units either exceed or greatly exceed, so provide very good space standards at an attractive location.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? No, this does seem to me quite a significant improvement on the previous one, which was like a warren, wasn't it? They'd sort of crammed things in a way that was not good design in any way. Can I move then to discussion and recommendations, Gerald?
Thank you. I think this is an example of where the Planning Committee has worked really, really well. So we had a proposal that came to us before where there were flats of significantly below the space standard. We were advised that we should not pursue that and it would be wrong to put a condition on. We ignored that advice and we did go down and put a condition on, and the developer has come back with something that's much better. And I think that's how planning is meant to work. So I think this is significantly better. Having proposed when this came last that we should refuse it on the basis of the space standard, I think because the developer has made significant changes and significant improvements, I'm happy to propose that we give planning permission to support it. And I think we need to thank both the planning officers and the developer who've worked to make this improvement, to thank them for doing that work.
Yes, we'll certainly do that. Is anybody willing to second that?
Yes, Chair, I'd second it on the similar lines, really. It's a better space standards now and layout. The walls, taking what's earlier been said, I mean, wall structure allowing, I mean, you can't, some things you can't. The mansard roof looks more appropriate and looks appropriate and that sort of thing. The amendments are in keeping. It lightens the load on services and parking with the new scheme, and the residents, as we've heard, support it. So on those basis, I'd like to second it.
Thank you very much. We have a proposer and a seconder for agreeing this application with the conditions as the amended conditions that we've already heard. Are there any alternative proposals? Right, I'm going to move straight then to a vote for approving this application in line with the officer's report with the deleted condition that we've already heard about. All those in favour of, please show. Thank you very much. So you have your planning permission.
Subject to legal agreement.
Sorry?
Subject to legal agreement.
Subject to the agreement of the conditions. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we're moving now. Nice to see you, Robert. We are moving now to items 48. We have quite a few people here interested in this but not wanting to speak. Is that correct? Councillor New is not here for the meeting. He's here to give a deputation, I think.
No, that's incorrect, Chair. I'm here. I was
You're here.
otherwise detained, but I understand
Great.
that I'm able to
Hang
read
on,
out the deputation.
No. Councillor
Councillor,
Holdall,
please.
you're not able to
Excuse me?
swap in and out during the meeting.
They're not.
They're not. They're not swapping in and out.
Well-
They're just
well, that's what I
coincidentally
just-
sitting in the same place.
Are you just making a deputation then?
No,
Councillor?
that's incorrect.
He's
Sorry.
arrived late. He he'd tell
Yeah.
us he was.
Well, no.
That's why I waited and I didn't take part in the previous application. You're incorrect on that, if I may just say. I've been on this committee for quite some time.
And Councillor Jeffries did say that he was going to have to leave.
Sorry.
at this
Yeah,
time.
I'm deputising for Councillor Mason.
Yes, I was about to say, I think actually you're deputising for Councillor Mason.
Mason,
Are
yeah.
you leaving now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you very much, and nice
All
to see you.
sorted, thank you.
Good. So we're now going to move on to item 10 on my list here, 48 Wallington Road.
Before we start, can we check if Councillor New has any declarations of interest?
I don't have any at all.
Thank you.
So we're moving to the item which is 48 Wallington Road, which is the last on this agenda, because we've got a lot of people here who are interested in it, and we have a deputation which... sorry? Number 13, that's right. Page 101. Thank you very much, Linda. We have a deputation which we read out by Jane later on. So could you explain that application to us, please, Simon, in the normal way? It's an application change dwelling house to a house in multi-occupation or a dwelling house class C.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. 48 Wallington Road, from a current C3 dwelling house to either continuation as a C3 dwelling house or a C4 small HMO with a flexible permission allowing, if granted, to change between the two for a 10-year period or to remain in one for the whole period. Up in towards the centre of the island, not too far from Copner Road, on Wallington Road there. This is the HMO data count for the 50-metre radius. As the report sets out, currently no HMOs within that radius. If this were approved, this would count as one out of the 74 properties, a percentage of 1.35, so well below the 10%, which is deemed to be the guidance level for an acceptable balanced community. Existing floor plans, a fairly normal standard Portsmouth property with a rear wing there. The application proposes, apart from the internal conversion works, a single-storey rear extension under permitted development and a roof extension, dormer extension as well at the rear, also under permitted development. So those are the existing elevations, the rear elevation on the left, the front to the right, and then showing on the left the flat-roofed ground floor rear extension and the dormer rear roof extension, and to the right the roof lights that would go in as part of that loft conversion. Just a bit more of the images of the local area. Wallington Road there. That's number 48 with the officers put their number on helpfully on the bay window there. That's the property involved. And that is the application. In front of you, apart from the balanced community in terms of the percentages and that policy being complied with, the other principal matter that we normally deal with is also the space and adequacy of the layout. The bedrooms are all over 10 square metres, so the combined kitchen dining area needs to be 22.5 or larger. It is 22.9, so on that metric alone it meets your guidance, but then there is also a lounge as well as an extra, so we are satisfied that the internal provision is adequate. There are no updates on the application. Thank you, Chair.
Assuming that the deputation we've received is, I think probably you should read that first, Jane, if you could please.
I think Councillor New was going to read out the deputation from Councillor Swan, is that correct?
That's fine, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. And then I'll remove myself to the back for the rest of this item, and then we'll rejoin the committee.
Okay, well, in which case, if councillors go last, so perhaps I could have the... have we got anybody else speaking on this one? Yes, you're the agent. Would you like to go first, then I'll ask you to go second.
Good morning. Afternoon. Afternoon. I can confirm at this stage for this property, the HMO licence has not yet been applied for, which is really normal as we've only started the works and we're not yet close to completion. We're currently waiting for the planning to hopefully be approved today, and then we'll commence full works, at which point we'll apply for the licence. I'd note we never had an application for licence refused, and once finished, we always ensure that all the properties are fully compliant with the licensing conditions set out by the relevant documentation. I can also confirm that the property is fully compliant with building regulations and it does have building control approval. This was given in conjunction with Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service. All bedrooms have a fire door and each bedroom has a mains wired interlinked smoke detector. We also have a fire risk assessment carried out for each property with a requirement of the licence. My understanding is the plans for this property are entirely compliant with the SPD as suggested by the officer and building control as exemplified by the granting of the building control approval. I recognise I've presented very much the same at the last 11 committee meetings, so I apologise for any elements of my deputation that you will have heard previously. Firstly, and probably most importantly, within a 50-metre radius, you've heard that there are currently 0 HMOs, and therefore the addition of this property would mean that there's still less than 20% of the maximum number of HMOs allowed. If anything, I would therefore conclude that given the SPD is designed to achieve diverse and inclusive communities, sadly it would appear that prior to today, this part of Wallington Road has been lacking in the diversity that our professional young residents in this property will bring. The works we're carrying out are all carried out under permitted development. That is to say, very importantly, that the works we are carrying out do not require planning permission themselves. Indeed, the only thing that requires planning permission is for the occupation of the property by more than 2 unrelated individuals. To briefly address the letters of objection, the main issues that are highlighted, in my opinion, come from a lack of understanding of how our property will ultimately be used. The property will be occupied by young professionals. There's quite a lot of concerns around whether we'll be putting drug addicts, antisocial behaviour, tenants in the property. That isn't the case. Ultimately, all of our properties are of the highest standard. Today's date, there's 4,318 HMOs in Portsmouth, and I would agree that many of them fall well below the standard of accommodation that's required to suitably house multiple people. That's not what we're looking to achieve. Our properties are, on the most part, ensuite bedrooms, so there is very little of sharing communal space which is required by the applicants. You'll see that on the plan on the board. These properties we extend significantly, again under permitted development, to make sure that they really do meet the needs of the applicant, of the tenants who live in the property, and I'd like you to take that into consideration. We hold a waste carrier's licence, so all of the waste is removed by way of using a waste transfer station and is compliant. As said, the property is currently a C3 dwelling house. We're seeking approval. The principle's been set out by SPD. The most important factors as identified by the planning officer have been met, which is predominantly room sizes and community balance. We now have a waiting list of tenants, which has been built up for some following for our rooms. The properties are of exceptionally high standard. The properties we do are of an exceptionally high standard, both in regards to the standard of construction, standard of finish, standard furnishings, and aesthetics. All the rooms are always compliant with space and size standards. In fact, we've had one of the committee members approach us to say that they appreciate the fact that we do make sure our rooms are compliant and don't put in applications for properties that aren't. In terms of parking, the SPD determines that this is not a material issue. We have and are currently undertaking a number of developments locally, and we haven't found any issues with parking ourselves at any point of the day. Indeed, there's a lot of public transport close to this property, and we actively encourage the tenants to use this. As part of the usual condition would be that we have to have bike storage, which we will do. There's often criticism of HMOs that they take away the community aspect of the area. I believe this is unfounded, and a number of times recently I've mentioned this particular case. I think it's too easy to look negatively at HMOs, and we only hear of the worst stories when there's so much positive about them and the tenants who reside in them. It's as if very often people see these as, tenants that they wouldn't desire, but they forget that they were once a young person. Only a few weeks ago at this particular property, we were working at the property, and one of the neighbours commented to our site manager that having lived in the road for almost 40 years, the last 3 weeks on that site were the most interaction she'd had in over 20 years with other people in that road. She was in tears when she approached him, and she told him how pleased she was to have the interaction and that we had her blessing for our HMO to be built.
You've done your 6 minutes, but just finish off the sentence. And
We've never had any noise complaints, we've never had any antisocial behaviour. There's often criticism of over-concentration. This, as I've exemplified, is not an over-concentration. And lastly, I'd say that there's often a question about the loss of family homes. This property will bring more family homes because ultimately the 7 residents that are going to, or 6 residents that are going to live in this property, currently they will live in other properties if they can't reside here, and therefore the individual flats or houses in which they currently occupy will be released back into the market should this planning be granted. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? No, your deputation. Bob.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just reading this out on behalf of Councillor Swan, who has had an accident today. Thank you, Chair and colleagues. As always, I'm here representing the residents of Copner and also myself as a resident of the area. I'm sure there are some of you asking yourself, why is Councillor Swan opposing yet another HMO in Copner when it's foregone conclusion that the application is going to go through? Well, I believe wholeheartedly in the notion that one fights for the causes in what they believe. Since before I was elected nearly 5 years ago, I have communicated with hundreds of Copner residents who are devastated at the march of these developments as they see the community they love slowly evaporate, leaving a faceless, transient population who have no interest in the deep community bonds at the heart of Copner. It saddens me to report that many of those residents have left the city entirely, seeking the community spirit cruelly ripped from them here in Portsmouth. It has always amazed me that so many of my colleagues across the political divide talk with such fervour of wanting our city to be the best it can be in all ways, while simultaneously rolling over when the times come to stand up for their bosses, the residents of this city, when they oppose developments that they do not want. I understand that being NIMBYs is not a sustainable way forward, but I also understand the sacred responsibility we have to stand up for our residents in the areas we represent. We are not elected as representatives of our residents to plough our own political furrow and accept the status quo. If opposition to HMOs was just 1 or 2 people, I could understand the dismissive attitudes of some within the council to concerns raised, but the opposition to these developments come from many people from varying backgrounds, and there's a swell of opposition, not a trickle. So many people have told me that they are not willing to come forward through fear of intimidation, which I know takes place from some developers, particularly towards older residents, despite the opposition is there, beg your pardon. I recently held a residents' meeting regarding HMOs to which 60 residents attended in a road of approximately 60 houses. I know that this would be mirrored across my ward. Whenever we see HMOs come before this committee, so often concerns are swatted away with some statement from the administration about it's the planning policy, it's all central government's fault. This one just doesn't wash. How we can poo-poo the notion of a one-size-fits-all solution in so many instances, but steadfastly cling to exactly that on planning issues. This just says to me that there is an unwillingness to question the established order of things. Yes, I know the planning inspectorate overturns rejected applications, but we need a wholesale overhaul of the planning policy here in the city to allow residents in insufficient numbers to have the power to reject certain applications damaging their community. It should also be reiterated that the HMO register is simply not correct, and without putting the work into correct this, we are not holding to the policy as the parameters are flawed. It is just not good enough to say we're 100% sure it's right as some sort of get-out-of-jail-free card. It's just not honest. Quite frankly, it leaves me aghast that planning decisions are often taken by people who do not even live in the city and probably don't even know the roads of the city without using Google Maps. Other map providers are available. We hold a unique place in Britain as the only island city in the nation, and we need to embrace the limitations that this brings and act accordingly and make the argument to central government, if that is what is necessary, to find some middle ground so residents are no longer disenfranchised. Let's start by rejecting this application, and let's make some real change and reinstate the residents of our city to place preeminence. I will always put my faith in my residents as they know what is best for our community and our city. It's theirs after all. And that's where Councillor Swan ends.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There being no further deputations, we'll move on to questions about this application. Gerald.
Thank you. I heard concern raised about the number of HMOs in the radius. Simon, have you been informed by anybody, the councils or anybody else, about any other properties that are in the 50-metre radius that should be considered as an HMO? Has Councillor Swan given you a list of any that should be in that count, or anybody else?
I don't believe we have.
So we've had complete silence from the councillor about any other HMOs?
That must be the case, otherwise it should be reported in front of you.
Okay, so he's happy to make suggestions but not prepared to produce any evidence? Okay. Could I ask also, to you, through you, Chair, to Mr. Turner, we all know that in planning, if we make a decision here to say no, that the developer is allowed to appeal to the government inspector. If we said no in this occasion, what grounds could we give that would be defendable so the government inspector would not overrule us and just give planning permission anyway?
Simon, over to you. This does seem to comply with our policies.
If I may answer it and turn it the other way around, we don't think there are grounds because we recommended it for approval for the reasons we've given, essentially on the balance of the local community, no other HMOs within the 50-metre radius, so therefore we don't believe it's going to imbalance the community. And the second principal matter we look at is the adequacy of the layout and sizes of the rooms, and we've also made clear that those meet our standards, so we have no reason to recommend it for refusal.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Finally, can I ask Simon, through you, Chair, when we met the Chief Planning Officer for England, and we talked to them about whether we could have any stronger policies to stop HMOs in this city, my understanding is that they said there was nothing stronger that we could do. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor, I wasn't at that meeting. I don't recall any particular feedback from that at the time, so I wouldn't like to comment.
I think there was a note to all members that came from that meeting. So we did bring it up. We have asked because we have to operate under the law, and the feedback from the Chief Planning Officer was that we have the strongest policies we could have to say no to HMOs.
And I believe we have stronger policies than many, many neighbouring authorities. Any further questions? Darren.
Thanks, Judith. Just one. The applicant said that the scheme was policy compliant, yet my reading of the table is that the lounge isn't policy compliant. Is that correct? It's below the standard.
I will defer to
I've misread
Simon,
it, and I need Specsavers tell me.
It's 22.9.
The communal area, I'm talking about the lounge above it.
That's when it's on its own, so to speak. When you have a combined kitchen and living area, which is the bottom entry on that table, with this provision of bedrooms at this size, it's 22.5, and you only have to provide a combined living kitchen. So that's why we're able to say it meets the combined kitchen dining area. It doesn't have to provide a second communal room. This happens to provide a second communal room. So, yeah, thank you for trying to clarify that.
The reason I raised it in a different application, which has the same table and the same issues, the lounge bit is undefined, whereas this had a required standard next to it. That was my question.
Yeah.
Lounge is, as presented here, this lounge is in excess of the basic requirements.
Right. So therefore, the number of I think it's 14, 16 square metres, the required standard is in fact wrong in this particular case.
Well, it's a bit confusing because we give the choice in our guidance of individual rooms, lounge, kitchen, or combined rooms. When the applicant chooses to have a combined living room, kitchen, the standard here for these bedrooms is 22.5, and there's no requirement for a lounge. So I realise it can look a little bit, hence your question, but the lounge is an extra room. So although it's 10 square metres, not the stated 14, the 14 is when it's a separate room and there's a separate kitchen. But here it does comply. It's an extra, effectively.
So therefore it is unintentionally misleading to have a number with regards to the required standard number.
Perhaps we'll look at that for next time we have this scenario.
Because it's not in another application that we've got. So that was the reason for my questioning, Judith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Gerald?
So at the bedroom at the top of the building, the writing is so small I can't see which number it is, but it goes to the front of the building. That will be under the eaves. I know that the applicant has said that they've got permitted development rights and effectively they can build this with planning permission or not because that's what members of Parliament have decided, and so they don't have to ask for planning permission. But even so, that will be under a roof. In terms of the space standard, is that, I know we think of a height of a ceiling, and that if there's space underneath that height, it doesn't count as usable space. What is the figure in the report? Is that usable space, or is that all space in that room, however low the ceiling is?
Thank you. That's another clarification. Yes, the figure given of 10 square metres is for the usable space, the defined space with a certain head space to the ceiling height. So the extra area that has lower height, it's not on the plan now, but it is shown on the floor plans, but the measurement is for the standard ceiling space for head space.
Okay, thank you. And can a final question for Juliet? Councillor Swan has suggested that the people who should be able to make the decision about planning law are the people of the area. My understanding is it's members of Parliament who decide planning law. Is that correct?
Well, if you're talking about making legislation, yes, that's for Parliament to do.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, then can we move to recommendations and comments? Linda?
I'd like to propose that we accept this application and approve it.
Thank you. Is anybody willing to second that? Thank you, John. Gerald?
So I think we're in a very difficult position with this, Chair. So we've been asked that we have a planning policy that's defined by how the law is, and the law is set by the MPs. We have probably the strictest anti-HMO policies anywhere in the area, and yet, and the planning inspector says that if we got less than 10% within an area, we have no legal grounds to turn something down. But we have a local councillor who said they want us to ignore that, and that they want us to turn it down, even though the members of Parliament that represent us have passed the laws that make that happen. Now, if we do that, we know that the planning inspectorate will just give planning permission anyway, and because we will have gone against our policies, it's likely that the council will have costs awarded against us, which council taxpayers will have to pay. So I think we're in a very difficult position. Either we go with what the law says, which says, and this is an open and shut case, that there is no planning reason to turn this down, or we go with what the local councillor has said, which is please ignore the law. We know it's going to get planning permission anyway through the appeal process, and the council may have to pay costs out of from council taxpayers' money. So it's a very difficult decision. Do we try to do what the residents want, and they're here in number, knowing that they're going to get the planning permission will be granted by a government inspector anyway, and all we're doing is giving them false hope? Or do we grasp the nettle and say what is real, which is that planning permission will be granted for this, and there is the members of Parliament do not give us any power to say no to this? It's a tough one.
I think these are always tough ones, and we do often have people objecting to it. And in reality, not the full fears that people have are not always actually what happens when people move in. And there is a case about the balance of communities. But it is a difficult decision, and we always make these decisions with a slightly heavy heart because we know some people are going to be upset. But we do have to do the right thing as a statutory planning committee. We have a recommendation to agree the application, and we have a seconder. Do we have any alternative recommendations? No. Then in which case, could you raise your hands if you agree we need to give this planning permission, please? Could you raise your hands if you're against this? Thank you, Russell. And I think that's everybody accounted for. There's nobody against, is there? Thank you very much. You have your planning application subject to the conditions mentioned here. Turned it on again. Let's move on then to the land adjacent to Mayflower Drive, which is item number 4 in the in here, and the papers are on page 49. And Simon, could you please introduce this application?
Thank you, Chair. This is an
Construction
application
of 2 garages with associated railings.
Thank you, Chair. This is a short spur of road, cul-de-sac, that leads on to the little park there to the south. It's a garage court, prefab garages, and there's another one on the other side of the road. The existing garages, for whatever reason, there was a gap left between the end garage and the road. The applicant would like to fill that with 2 new garages. There's a view of the site, and so the garages would sit in here. Members can notice the trees behind, and there has been some concern raised about the possible effects on the trees, so members might have seen at the end. It all depends on whether or not ground will be broken. If ground were to be broken for foundations of some sort, then the condition requires full survey work to understand the possible effect on the roots of those trees, etc. But it's highly possible that ground may not need to be broken for a sectional garage, in which case the condition would not be engaged and the trees would not be affected. Just a bit more close up on the rear there of the site. The top elevation there is the side on what you would see from the street, and some railings coming out of the front. That was requested by the Highways Department just to make sure that I think exiting vehicles can't do that too fast, just to make sure pedestrians are properly safeguarded. And then the lower elevation is the front elevation looking across the court. They are in plan view, so you've got the 2 garages on the left hand side starred, and you can see the railing there. I think it must be pretty tight anyway, but it's just to make sure that there's no conflict with someone walking along here unsighted and a car coming out at some sort of angle. So it's just a safety measure there. It's come to committee because of a number of objections set out in your report. but we have that tree condition. We have a highway safety matter dealt with. There's no concern with the appearance of 2 more garages on an existing garage court. Hence, application is recommended for approval, and there are no updates to the report or resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no deputations or on this application, so we'll move directly to members asking questions of Simon about this application. Any of you got questions to ask? If there are no questions, then I propose that we move to a comment and decision. Do I have comments and a decision? Gerald.
Happy to propose the officer's recommendation.
Is it seconded? Seconded by John. Thank you very much. So can I ask if there are no other proposals for members to raise their hands in support of the officer's recommendation? Thank you very much indeed. Good. We've agreed to approve this application in accordance with the officer's recommendations, and we'll move on now to 184A, Northern Parade and 1 Phoenix Square, which application is on page 55 of your reports. Simon, would you like to introduce this to us?
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Chair. So we're up on Northern Parade on the corner with the small cul-de-sac of Phoenix Square up in the northwest corner of the island. This is an application that has a shop, ground floor and a flat above. The application is to change the shop into residential accommodation to combine it with the residential accommodation upstairs to form one dwelling house with a number of physical alterations to the site and property. So you can see the site there on Northern Parade, and the little cul-de-sac to the side. There's the front of the property, so we've got the shop front hidden by shutters and the sign, not terribly edifying visually, and then quite large extents, areas of hard standing and so on around the shop, and the clothes bank, music bank, etc. is on the street front here, which we've picked up. We'll come back to that in a moment. So currently the site has some, not particularly attractive treatment to the elevations and a tarmacked forecourt to the side and front. So the conversion would provide a new front garden with a front boundary wall with planting and general amendments and tidying up around the side and back of the site. Little ramp to avoid the step, more garden space, parking, cycle parking, and waste disposal, and a small backyard, removing some of the existing building that's there. So the building would undergo a general transformation, removing the shutters and the shop sign, etc., converting it into a house with the commensurate conversion and new apertures and so on, new brickwork, the side elevation with the front door on the side, porch there, some cladding, etc., new boundary walls and planting. And as it happens, some solar panels are shown on the roof. In terms of the layout, a ground floor living room and the rear kitchen, and you can see the garage and the garden, and then upstairs to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and built-in cupboards. The application has come solely because it's an application made by the City Council. Thank you. Any updates? No updates.
And members will note that's why Councillor Darren Sanders has removed himself, because he is the spokesman for housing and felt it might be misunderstood if he stayed into this application. Can I get us started by asking a question about the... am I correct in assuming that there'll be less hard landscaping around the building, and that the areas marked in green on the plan are going to be grass, and therefore there'll be an environmental gain and a gain in terms of the drainage of rainwater, which won't now go into the city sewage system.
Correct, thank you.
Thank you very much. John?
I think it's a good scheme. I like the idea of the green space as well, better streetscape and everything else. You did just touched on the point about the other collateral that was outside in terms of waste bins and I think
Recycling bins too,
bins,
yes.
that's the word. What's going to happen to those?
Thank you, Councillor. We picked that up with another part of the City Council, and since it's in the City Council's gift, they're going to relocate them. Just checking. I'm not sure if they're taking them away altogether or just slightly shifting them around, but it will be dealt with just to make sure. It just produces a slight pinch point because they are... Oh, it's not on, but... it produces a slight pinch point where there is no pinch point at the moment because of the front forecourt, so people probably might just overlap with the non-pavement forecourt, but once a garden's introduced in the front boundary wall, that will physically narrow it down a little bit, and so yes, the City Council will pick that up and deal with that outside of the application.
Another question, Gerald?
Yes, that worries me a great deal. Because that's a number of recycling points that, unless we've got a specific location where they're going, we need to assume they're being removed. And that, I think, is not right. So can we find out during... I think I would want to know that they're going to be re-provided elsewhere in the local area before we get to the point of voting. Otherwise, I will propose refusal because there'll be a loss of amenity to local people.
Could we put that as a condition? Can we ask Simon whether that's possible?
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Sorry, I should have clarified. The report does say relocation as opposed to removal altogether, so they will be relocated to, no doubt, a nearby location that's suitable.
Very good point. I think we've got that in. We'll be
and as we have people from, is it local councillors here, is it Hilsey Ward, they may know where the relocation point is.
I mean, there is another recycling literally adjacent to it across the road for glass. I'm just trying to remember which can you refresh my memory of what?
It's on the, if you can go up, Jane, please. It's clothes and I think a music bank. So the clothes is the bigger one.
Yeah.
And I think that's the music, old CDs or records or tapes or whatever it may be.
Yeah, there is recycling.
Yeah, it's basically
Mattapan Road. So
it's in the council's gift to do it outside of planning, and so I'm sure that will happen because the councillors will want that to happen.
We're making a condition of it as well, so I think that we should be reassured. Any further questions, or would you like to move to comments and a recommendation? John?
I'd like to recommend the motion subject to the conditions that that was mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much. Anybody willing to second that? Russell?
I think we're both going to second this, but I would like to second this also because, as the only councillor that actually lives in Hilsey Ward, I actually go past this every day, and the shop that's been shut for a very long time does not look great. So the fact that they can be made into a home and have some grass and actually look part of the other 3 houses that are next to it, as well as the new builds, the other side of it, it will fit nicely.
Thank you very much, Russell. So we have a proposer and a seconder. Gerald?
I'll just say we've got something that Housing have done in my ward where they've converted a shop into a disabled flat, and it's worked really, really well. And it's good to see them converting unused flats into things that people need.
Thank you very much. I think we would all agree with that. Shall we move to a vote if there are no alternative suggestions? All those in favour of the recommendation and the conditions that are written in the report, raise your hands, please. Good. So nobody's against and nobody's abstaining. Thank you all very much. Now...
Sorry, was that with an extra condition for the...
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Okay. Let's move on now to item...
Chair, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to abandon you.
You did say you were going to. Thank you for your service so far. 296 Laburnum Grove is the next one. And we've had some question marks about which one goes first of these ones, because there's one for development and in a physical sense and one for the change of use. But Simon is going to explain to us why we have got it in this order as part of his report. Simon, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, so we have two applications at 296 Burnham Grove. The first one we're looking at is for conversion from a C3 dwelling house to a flexible use between C3 dwelling house to and from a C4 HMO. The next one is for a rear extension alone that requires planning consent, clearly. Again, up in central Portsmouth, terraced house, which you can see there. Within the 50-metre radius area, we have one HMO, and with this one as well, we would take that up to 3.94, so within the 10% guidance policy. Then with respect to the second major issue we typically deal with are the floor plans, existing property with a loft conversion already in situ. Like many others of this ilk, it would be, apart from internal conversions, the proposal is to extend it with a permitted development rear single-storey extension to replace an existing structure there, and then at roof level a rear L-shaped dormer window, again under permitted development. So to answer Councillor Simpson's point right at the start of the meeting, the next application has the rear extension that extends to the boundary, and just that extra width means it needs planning permission. But we still wanted to bring this change of use first because it doesn't rely upon the second application. So it has a permitted development extension that makes life easier in order to achieve the proposed change of use. So a fairly typical arrangement in terms of a bedroom at the front, a living room, and then a combined kitchen diner at the rear, and then bedrooms and en-suites upstairs. With respect to the space standards, back to the last discussion we had, Councillor Sanders, in this case the communal dining kitchen area is slightly below standard at 20.42 square metres, so a couple of metres short, but the living room is an extra, inverted commas, so that more than makes up, in officer's opinion, for the slight shortfall in the kitchen dining communal area. And so on that basis, we're still happy to recommend the application for approval.
What you're saying there is that the total adds up to 30.46 square metres. That's how we should read that, is it?
Yes, yep, that's one way of looking at it. And then there are some photographs of the interior of the property, as you can read there, the different rooms. And a last couple for upstairs bedroom and bathroom. And then externally, that is the existing extension that would be removed. As part of this application, the single-storey proposed extension is permitted development, so I won't make a comparison upon its merits. That comes with the next application that does require permission for a slightly different rear extension. Now, we have a SMAT update. This application raises some issues around disability and public sector equality duty that you may have noticed. We have these paragraphs towards the end of each report. You may not have noticed that in this instance the paragraph at 824 is not the standard paragraph. We have inserted some text because of the objections we've had from both neighbours on both sides. One was more apparent before publication, has one become more apparent since publication. Neighbours to both sides have medical conditions that are severely exacerbated by stress, and both neighbours say they would be stressed and have their routines, which are important to one of them in particular with his condition. The routine, the noise, the occupation of everything that is envisaged would cause them stress and medical harm, in particular to one of the neighbours. So we've had to look at that very carefully with our equalities team and with the planning solicitor to make sure we are doing everything that we can and we're doing everything correctly. I'll read out what we put in the supplementary matters report and carry on that discussion as members wish. So in the supplementary matters we say, following publication of the officer report, it has become clear that another next door neighbour, so one on both sides, have medical circumstances that are stated will be adversely and significantly affected by the proposed development. It is noted, however, that stress may be caused to any neighbour by any planning application and subsequent development, irrespective of medical condition or disability. Having regard to whether any adjustments could be considered to minimise the effects on the neighbour, we attach an informative to communicate to the applicant the desirability of discussing the matter in detail with the relevant neighbours to see what mitigation could reasonably be achieved. I'll read out that informative for completeness. Neighbours to both sides of the application site have medical circumstances that are stated will be adversely and significantly affected by the proposed development. With respect to these concerns and to the public sector equality duty, the applicant / landowner is respectfully requested to liaise positively and sensitively with the affected neighbours, having regard to whether any adjustments to the development or site could be considered to minimise effects on those neighbours. So it's an unusual situation, an important situation for those neighbours, clearly, that we've given very careful consideration. We've considered whether or not what the decision should be, or the recommendation to you should be today, whether it is a recommendation as per normal, subject to the merits of the application and approval, or whether or not it should be refused because of the reasons brought up, or whether or not there should be any extra conditions, for example. So we've thought about whether or not, for example, controlling the hours of work on the property could be a condition to apply, and we discussed that with the applicant, who agreed in principle. And there are other matters that could help, for example, sound insulation to walls. We've ended up with the informative only. We don't feel, having discussed it with the equalities officer and with the legal officer, we're doing what we can within respect of the public sector equality duty to have due regard to the concerns raised, significant and serious concerns. Looking at the application, the merits of the application and how it compares to the existing use, the effects of a planning consent are not so different to the existing property. So the existing property, someone can move in to a house, a C3 dwelling house, and go about quite significant conversion works, knocking walls down, putting a new kitchen in, drilling, banging, etc., etc., that don't require planning consent. And therefore we were unable to make that distinction necessarily to this proposal, which is a change of use. There were also concerns from the residents about not just the use but also the building works. There was a concern about whether or not frequent changes of residents in an HMO, the perceived more frequent change would make it difficult to establish relationships and happy co-living through neighbours, with the implication being that Class C3, C4 HMO residents may be less caring, or maybe more noisy, or less friendly, or less helpful. Again, we can't make that distinction between the different use classes and the occupation. And indeed, this is a flexible permission as well. The applicant, if consent is approved, will have a 10-year period where they can operate it, to continue to operate it as a C3 dwelling house, or change it into a Class C4 and change to and fro as they see fit. So again, it's difficult to make a distinction between the two uses because it may not necessarily be used for C4 use, and I've already explained that it's difficult to say that a C4 use is noisier or less caring or and so on. So that is why Juliet may or may not want to make some more legalistic comments, but that in the round is why we didn't feel we were able to attach any sort of condition or indeed withhold planning consent. The applicant is here, and if it were granted planning consent, I would sincerely hope that they would do their very best to work with the neighbours to try and find the best accommodation possible.
Simon, thank you very much. Now it calls upon me to call Simon Hill, the applicant, and I hope he will address some of those concerns, which are ones that we quite rightly need to take into account in a way that's to do with human need and reaction rather than too legalistically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, first thing I'd like to say is, pretty much everything that I said in the last deputation is relevant, so I'm not going to repeat it. What I am going to tell you is that after that, even though we got granted planning permission, I've just stood outside for however long with the concerned residents of that road, and I'd like to think that that would exemplify the type of person I am and how I conduct myself. That I had no need to speak to them, but ultimately I've just addressed all of their concerns, invited them to come to the property and invited them to come to other developments of ours so that they can alleviate some of their concerns. And I think actually just speaking to them now, they've taken my contact details and they're significantly happier now that I've spoken to them. So more than happy to do exactly the same with the residents locally of this and any other application we ever do in the future. I envisage I'm probably going to be here a fair few more times, so yeah, more than happy to do that for any of our residents. And also, picking up on what Simon said, regardless of whether you can or can't enforce conditions on us as to, legally whether you can in terms of working hours and that side of things, the last thing I'm here to do is to upset the neighbours or cause them a problem or, exasperate any medical conditions they have. So absolutely 1,000%. Yeah, I definitely will work with the neighbours to alleviate or certainly minimise any disruption to them. Just quickly, one of the things I've thought about is in terms of the installation, perhaps we could reorder the works that we do to this property to make sure that the areas where the installation are installed that minimises noise disruption or absorbs any impact of noise of any structural works, maybe we could do that first, or get some sort of sound insulation within the property or within the garden to minimise that. More than happy to look at that. Probably really hard for you to put as a condition. I don't expect you to, but regardless, we will do that. I think we enjoy a really good reputation with the neighbours of the properties that we do work on. Many of them, are happy to speak to us throughout the process. We've done little odd jobs for a lot of the residents of neighbouring properties, free of charge, and we want to work with them to make sure that the development's completed as quickly and as painlessly for them as possible. So, yeah, hopefully that addresses that point. Obviously, as per the plans, the property's fully compliant with the space standards. I saw the concern about the 20 metre square communal space. Just quickly, while looking at it, I have thought of a way that we could perhaps adapt the property slightly. I don't know how it works in terms of the fact that they're the plans that are submitted, but ultimately we got the lounge, so we don't need to, but we could anyway adapt the property slightly to make sure that the living space is even bigger, so that it did meet minimum space standards on its own if we needed to. In fact, regardless of what the permission's given, we'll do that anyway. It makes sense. So yeah, happy to we always want to try and improve the design, even once it's in, make sure it's compliant, and work with the neighbours. I don't think there's anything else really that I haven't said in the other deputation that needs to be said in this one. Probably actually one thing on terms of Councillor Swan's deputation. I think a lot of it actually saddens me to hear some of the views of councillors and neighbours. I think they're really unfounded and they're driven through fear and lack of understanding rather than based on in fact, come and see our HMOs, come and see how we operate them. There are no HMOs that are better than ours as far as I'm concerned, both in terms of the standard of accommodation, the compliance, and also in terms of the tenants that they attract and the way that they live. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon Hill. Thank you very much. Can I move then to questions from members? Robert.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, just before I kind of get to my question, it's actually quite nice to see a developer come forward and actually address some of those concerns. I don't think that as the committee we can actually ask for more than that, and actually people to, it felt like that was a genuine commitment from you, and it's much appreciated, especially given what we heard from the officer with regards to the neighbours and health issues. But my question is around the complexity that Simon has briefed us on in terms of what is before us. And actually, I don't think I've ever come across a planning application like this, well, what we're actually considering today. So my question is this, with regards to having a condition attached, in the past, we were able to delegate authority to the planning officers to actually come up with those conditions, because I don't actually know if we'd be able to do that on the floor because they seem quite complex. And without being disrespectful to myself or my colleagues, it's a bit, it's over our heads in terms of the specifics that would be required to actually put here and now. And so would it just be a generalization if we were able to do that with attaching a condition, or does it have to be specifically done right now with detail? Because if not, I think that would perhaps be the most sensible way to move forward, would be to literally say, go with the officer's recommendation, but delegate authority for the planning officer to set the conditions.
What in fact is proposed as an advisory note, which we have on the SMAT, that isn't the same as a condition, because I believe that Simon has advised us a condition to that effect wouldn't be appropriate.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. In this instance, sometimes previously we've seriously advised against taking a certain stance or imposition of a condition with the nursery, for example. Sometimes each case is different. There will be less of a concern where a condition attached, and this would be one of those, I would say. Although we haven't recommended a condition for the reasons I gave, there would not be a strong concern about one being attached were members wishing to do that by way of tying down some mitigation, and the applicant has kindly made some suggestions as well around noise insulation, and I think that is probably the key mitigation that could be achieved. So you could, if you were minded to approve with a condition for sound insulation, we can take that away and with delegated authority complete it and draft it up, and it doesn't have to come back to you.
Thank you. It was more for a point of clarification, because I was sat there thinking like, wow, okay, I don't think we've actually had to ever consider that before, actually, as a committee. That was all. So that's much appreciated. And again, just to really give my thanks to the developer, it's refreshing to see people make such sincere, representation at these committees, actually, when there are people whose lives will be impacted, to minimise that and actually to provide a good standard of accommodation. And I do agree it is actually needed in this city more now than ever.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Darren.
Just one. Again, just following on what Simon said, and thank you very much for that. With regards to changing some of the room sizes, I think to make the communal space, the communal space area as opposed to communal space and lounge, meet our space standards. Presumably, the applicant is okay to do that within permitted development, isn't he, Simon?
Well, the approval is, if approved, the consent is granted for the plans in front of you, which show a certain layout. But I think a minor amendment, a non-material minor amendment, is a possibility which anyone can make to anyone can apply to make a non-material amendment. It's not a full planning application. It's just dealt with by officers. There's a judgment by officers as to the materiality of the change, but something that is limited in extent and beneficial, and could only be seen as beneficial, could be dealt with as a minor amendment post-decision.
Okay, so not today, but at some stage in the planning process. That is correct. Is that right, Simon?
That's right. If members, the plans today are in front of you, and that's what's being asked, we'd have difficulty talking about some other unknown arrangement. But if members were happy to recommend approval today, and the applicant wished to follow through on his suggestion of a minor change, that conceivably could be done as a non-material amendment, which would be just dealt with by officers. There's a judgment made by officers, by the planning authority, as to whether or not it has to be a full planning application with full publicity, or just a minor non-material amendment.
I think I asked for clarification at the beginning of the meeting about this, and in effect we can accept different configurations of communal space, and in this case we can add the size of the lounge to the size of the kitchen diner, and that gives us an excess. I mean, it'll be very nice and good standards for people without requiring any amendment, and I think that probably is the way. If he chooses to amend it after that, then that's something that could be dealt with in the normal way, because the plan clearly shows that is a lounge. Quite nice to have a separate lounge as well as kitchen diner. If that's all right with people, that would be my... Is that correct, Simon?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So should we move on to comments and... we don't normally allow that at this stage. If it's significant, then I think we'll leave it. Can I ask for recommendations and comments at this stage? Darren?
I propose that we move the Officer recommendations to approve with a note, I think that's the best way of describing it, certainly for the minutes, that we would welcome any ways in which the communal space can be reconfigured to meet our standards, if we can do that. This isn't a condition or anything like that. I know what you said, but I just want to try and capture all the things that Simon said that he was interested in doing.
The advisory note that we're going to have is about taking particular care and attention about the neighbours and their needs and the sound insulation. And I think it was suggested that we might put in a... Simon, do you suggest we might put in a condition about sound insulation?
Well, that is what occurred to officers as being probably the best way of helping, assisting the neighbours and the applicants.
I mean, I think if I was...
I'd be happy to do that. I'd be happy to include that as well. Also, we do have to have real discussions with the two neighbours either side. You haven't told us what the problem is, and that's fine, but that's the first time I've seen that raised ever.
Yes.
And so that means it's serious, and so therefore we do have to have an open discussion with the neighbours, because the impact of some of the reconfigurations can be really horrific if you're not careful.
Well, I think that has been covered by the advisory note that we're going to put onto that, and I did hear some encouraging things said. And if that's
yes,
minuted, then we can hold the applicant to account.
So yes, we're proposing yes with condition on sound insulation and advisory note on what you've just raised, Judith.
Yes.
Chair, can I just come back on the advisory note for... Obviously, there's a condition on the permission setting that out that the development is built in accordance with the plans. So I would advise you against putting a note on there asking them to do something different.
We're not doing that anymore.
No, I was following what Judith was saying.
Well, yes, the communal spaces as set out in the plans.
Yeah, that was my initial analysis before Judith told me differently.
I think the current proposal doesn't include that.
Okay.
But it does include a condition on sound insulation. Is anybody willing to second that? Thank you, John. Are there any alternative suggestions being made in the room? Okay, if not, can I ask you to raise your hands to approve this application subject to the additional condition on sound insulation and the advisory note on particular care and attention needed by the neighbours in this instance? So anybody abstaining? Anybody refusing? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. We've now got the next application, which is 296 Laburnum Grove, and it's this application we've dealt with is not dependent on the next one, so this is a separate application for our consideration. Simon, could you take us through this application, please. This is the application on page 73, and it's for the construction of a single-storey rear extension over and above what permitted development would allow.
That's right. Thank you, Chair. So the same property, same floor plans as existing. So the proposal is subtly different to the last consent. The rear extension is not permitted development because of the extra width right across the plot. So it's this extra area in here that's being proposed and requires planning permission, therefore, for the whole extension. I think we can safely assume that the applicant would like to implement this where they granted planning consent, otherwise why they've applied. So the living communal space would become larger. In terms, therefore, of the assessment of the application, we have an amenity issue, like with any physical extension. How would this affect the neighbours? So the existing, I'll show you the next slide as well, rear wing, rear element, that's a pitched roof, pitched away from the house. So from the side, there's the pitch on it. And the proposal is for a flat-roofed extension, more or less in the same footprint. So not only are the eaves slightly lower, I think, on the proposed extension, but it doesn't then rise up backwards like the pitched roof does. So the helpful section here shows the difference. So slightly lower eaves, and then it carries on flat-roofed here instead of rising up. So that's an improvement, getting rid effectively. These aren't massive changes, but in terms of the outlook for the neighbour and any perceived dominance or not of an adjoining property, there's a gain from removing the higher element there. There's a loss against that of, I think, 0.9 metres greater length into the garden, so you could say it swings and roundabouts. We're quite happy that it's a fairly overall effect, and with a smart new extension we're quite happy to recommend that to you. That is the view. So it's the neighbour to this side that you can see is more affected because there's an extension next door that's therefore obscures the view from the neighbours and the garden to the left hand side here, but the property to the right here would see that change, as I say, slightly lower eaves, getting rid of the pitch, but having a slightly longer extension down the garden by 0.9 of a metre. And then we return to the same issue with the previous application, although the objections, I think, were mostly against the change of use application. It's quite apparent that the concerns about the physical works and the noise and the disruption and so on to both neighbouring residents would result from this application as well. So it's the same matters of judgment with respect to the public sector equalities duty, and your decision just now on the first application was to have the informative and a sound insulation condition. So we've got that same informative recommended, and you can make your decision on the application.
Thank you very much, Simon. Simon Hill, you're again down against this one. Please, could you address us on it?
Good afternoon again. So ultimately, this extension, as you've heard, there or thereabouts replaces an existing extension, albeit as a more permanent structure. As you heard, the roof will be of a lower height. That's got its advantages for both the residents in terms of the fact that we put roof lanterns in, and therefore there'll be significantly more light into the communal area, and also potentially for the residents in terms of the height and any potential impact on light to them of a neighbouring property. In terms of the works, it would be my professional opinion that demolishing and rebuilding this extension in the same place as the existing would be less work than the permitted development plans that allow us to demolish it and reinstate it in a slightly different guise. So I would say this would be less impact on the neighbour. Other than that, I think For me, yeah, we'd just be as mindful as possible. Other things I've thought about is whether we can approach the neighbours and find out if there's any time when they're away, visiting family, on holiday, whatever, and any noisy or structural works could potentially be carried out during those times. I'd prefer if you didn't make it a condition, because it's probably not the easiest thing to administer, but we would do our best to do that. We're going to own or operate these properties for a long period of time. We want to enjoy a great relationship with the neighbours, ongoing, and therefore we would anyway work with them because it's the right thing to do. So I think that's everything we've got to say on this one. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any questions? There are no further deputations, or there are no questions then to Simon from members. Any questions? Russell?
Just one. The extension obviously goes, it basically blocks the alleyway going through. So that means there's not going to be another door there. And I'm just wondering that, let's just say there's a fire in the kitchen and you can't go through the door into the house and you have to go down the alleyway. They're going to be trapped there, aren't they? Like stating the obvious, but
yeah, I'm not a building regulations officer, but the application will have to comply with the fire element of the building regulations. The extension, as you can see, it already goes across the width of the plot. So the existing scenario is that they've effectively got that rear, we call it a light well, the rear alleyway blocked off. So it's the current situation, which presumably have building regulations as well, as a rear extension, but they'll certainly need it again for this one.
I appreciate that obviously there's a fence and most young people can climb over a fence, but if it was an elderly person and they couldn't climb over that fence, they would be trapped. That's like I'm stating the obvious. But
no, they'd be able to get out through the French windows, which is another question then to relate, which is bicycles would have to come out through the French windows. Is that right? And would that be acceptable? Yes, explain what you mean. Yeah. What you're saying is that the door goes straight into the alleyway and it's a dead end. But if there was a fire in the kitchen and you were in that room, you'd go out through the front door.
I'm just saying if you couldn't. I mean, what you're saying is you couldn't get through that door. If the fire started, it blocked that door and you only had this one to get out. Oh, sorry. So I was saying if the fire started and it blocked the door to go inside the house, then you would obviously go outside, but you wouldn't be able to go any further.
Yeah,
I hope so.
It's quite a common design, this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit of devil's advocate.
It would have to have building control permission anyway, I think. But yeah, I see what you mean. Thank you. Would you expect? Would we expect bicycles to go out through that new extension or to be stored in the alleyway?
Thank you, Chair. Quite a lot of properties in Portsmouth, whether they're houses or C4, have them in the front forecourt. I've just put the photo up. I don't know if that can come up, but this property has a reasonably sized front forecourt, both for a bike store could be accommodated there without it feeling unduly cramped, either on the back of pavement or to the bay window at the front. So in this instance, I think they probably want to put it on the front to avoid the through the house business.
John.
Chair, it's just a little point on from that now. I'm looking at it. Where you come out into this little alleyway, or courtyard, whatever you want to call it, by the door, when you go up to the next first floor and the top floor, there's looks like paving stones or hatching over. Is that the overhang of the? I don't think it is, but is there? What's the significant difference in that? Can you just explain that to me?
Which floor did you?
Well, on the ground floor, it looks like just coming out into an open air space, and then on the next floor up, it looks like you've got a series, for want of a better word, series of paving slabs. But and then on the top floor, you've got the same again. I didn't read that as being the pitch of a roof or anything. So,
No.
or are they closing that in?
I think it's just trying to represent when you're going up the stairs, trying to represent it on a plan. That's all.
No, sorry, not that bit.
No.
I'm talking about where you come out. If you go to the ground floor plan, you come out of the back door that.
These things.
No. Sorry, down the alleyway down the side.
Mm-hmm.
There, where that door is from the room there. You come out there. Now go to the next floor up, and there's a series of.
Oh, right.
Slabbing, it looks like, but I know it's not. 'Cause it's obviously, but is that closed off there at that point, or is it still open space? Is that a pitch? Is that a roof over that? Because on the next two floors, you show that as a.
I don't think that's even just a lightweight canopy. That would be an external area because there's no wall shown to it apart from the existing rear wing. So I suspect that might just be paving slabs annotated, something like that.
That's what I took it as, but then why is it not on the ground floor then? And then I was thinking, is it been enclosed?
I think in this instance, Simon, if you could just say 2-3 words, that would be helpful.
I think it's just an omission on the part of the architect in terms of the drawing. There's no canopy or anything over that. It's just outside space.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Then I'm going to suggest we move on to recommendations and to comments and recommendations. Do I have any?
I recommend we approve this application.
So I have one proposal to approve it. Do I have a seconder? John, thank you very much.
For consistency, I don't know, you might just be about to suggest the condition, the same sound insulation condition as was.
I was about to suggest it, but I was also about to suggest the advisory that we had previously about working with the neighbour to make sure that this takes place with a minimum amount of difficulty for them. Linda, are you happy to accept that?
Yeah, that's fine.
John, are you happy to accept it? Unless there are any recommendations to the contrary, shall we raise our hands if we're in favour of that? Thank you very much. Anybody against? Anybody wanting to abstain?
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you have the planning permission for both of those, but subject to really working with the neighbour very, very closely to meet their particular needs. Right, so we're now moving on to 36 Hartley Road, and we have a deputation here, 2 people on a deputation from here on this one. But Simon, could you introduce this application to us? Change of use from dwelling house class 3 to C3 to purposes falling within class C4 or class C3 dwelling house. And it's brought here due to the request of councillors Benedict Swan and Scott Pater-Harris, and Scott is here to give a deputation. Hello, Scott, nice to see you. And we've had 35 letters of objection. Simon. Yeah.
Yep, I mustn't. Yeah, so we've done Wallington already. Yeah. 36 Hartley Road, an application. This is up near the Alexandra Sports Centre. An application to change the use from a C3 dwelling house to a flexible use between C3 and C4 small HMO.
This is one of the ones where the application is subject to a non-determination appeal, and therefore we are advising the inspector in our recommendation here rather than making the decision ourselves.
Thank you, Chair. There's the location plan, one of the long east-west roads up this part of Portsmouth. Appears to be a back alleyway available for bike storage if the outbuilding has a door in it. So there are possibilities there. Here's the HMO data count within the 50-metre radius. No HMOs currently within that radius. So if approved, this application would take it to 1.75% below the 10% guidance threshold for mixed and balanced communities. This application proposes there will be a permitted development single-storey rear extension and permitted development roof extensions. Otherwise, the conversion requires or provides, if approved, the floor plan set out in front of you with ground floor bedroom and ensuite, a lounge at the front, and a combined living kitchen area in the middle, and then 3 bedrooms on the first floor, 2 bedrooms in the roof. The combined kitchen diner at 24.5 metres clears the minimum standard of 22.5, and then above and beyond that we've got a ground floor separate lounge as well. As the Chair has just said, the application is subject to a non-determination appeal, which we didn't pick up in the actual report. As such, the resolution should be amended as set out in condition 4. So it wouldn't be to approve, subject to the following conditions. It would be that in the event that the local planning authority still had or still may have the opportunity to determine the planning application, it would have resolved to approve the application subject to the following conditions. The applicant, as of yesterday, we were informed, had asked the inspectorate to withdraw the application, but I have been watching my emails and haven't seen any movement on that. So as it stands, there is a live appeal, and so if this committee is minded to approve the application, it will be providing our position to the inspectorate, not actually determining the application. Thank you. I'm sorry, and then just one last detail on this, Matt, there. The submission of the front elevation has caught up with itself. There it is in the top left-hand corner. So just an extra plan number to attach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Can I ask, first of all, anybody wanting to make a deputation against this application to step forward? Yourself, sir. You've got how many minutes?
I'll need about 20.
One person is speaking together with Councillor Peter Harris.
6 minutes for you,
6
sir.
minutes then, you have 6 minutes.
Oh, no. Okay.
Thank you.
Name's Bob Cunningham. I live at number 9 Hartley Road. I understand one of our lovely ladies in the road took a petition. Almost everybody in the road signed it, apart from one person, I understand, against this proposal. I have a family lives in the rented property next to me. Nice young lady, 4 kids, no problem. 1 car. It's worth noting rentable value on the property is about 15 grand a year. And it's worth noting that because I want to come on to it. Looking at 36 is very similar to my house. It won't be if you approve this proposal. If I've looked at that correctly, and it's the first time I've seen it, you will end up with 6 individual rooms in that house. I sort of consider the occupancy. You've got shared kitchen, how does that work with 6 different people? It said single, it said on the bottom of that plan, single. How do you guarantee that not only one person lives in each room and you don't end up with 2 people in each room? So you start off with 6, you might end up with 12 people living in that house. I don't know how that can work. I did note on the plan that it looked as if each individual room had a separate toilet and washing facilities, which is good. But how long before each room has a microwave in it because they are fed up with a shared kitchen, and then suddenly you bring in a small camper type burner to do your cooking on because you're fed up with a shared kitchen? How can that work? How can the landlord even guarantee that they could prevent that? It becomes a massive fire risk. I know they'll have fire things in each room, it's a requirement. So the safety of the people in it seems to me difficult to guarantee. The potential for up to 12 or more occupants, as I've already said. I've heard the agent talk about his business and how he will guarantee that there are, employed people in there. I hear that, but I don't necessarily believe it. You need to consider the noise, the rubbish. I don't know how it works there, but for example, that property has a small front garden, a bit like mine. Are they going to have 6 green bins and 6 black bins at the front of the house, with, to put the rubbish in the same as I've got a black bin and a green bin, so's everybody else down the road? The effects on the infrastructure, simple, just the simple additions to sewage, the rubbish to be collected, issues like that, the potential in the house for conflict. If 12 people want to use the kitchen at the same time, that could lead to some issues. And I know they're not necessarily things you consider in a planning application, but it's something I have considered. Hartley Road is a residential road. Half of the houses already have drop curbs, so there's parking issues. We have several disabled bays in the road. We also have an electric bay in the road, and we do suffer to some degree from overspill from Ophir Road. Where I live, there's an alley that goes alongside my house, and lots of people park up that end of the road and then walk through into Ophir Road. There's no big deal. It happens, but it does mean there is a parking issue down the road. The interesting bit that I'm concerned about is I've just learned a bit about planning law and the number of HMOs you're allowed to have within a 50-metre diameter, etc. The reality of this property is if they have 6 people, paying people, at probably between £800–900 a month, you look at an income of over 50 grand a year for the landlord of that property. How long is it going to be before they're going to apply for another one, or another one, or another one, 50 yards away from each other? The whole road could be taken, the whole nature of the road could be taken over. The other issue, which I'm not sure if there's a consideration for planning at all, is the mental health of the immediate neighbours. Now, I know that the next door neighbour to this property is an elderly lady. She's got a more elderly husband, and their stress levels are disturbing, should we say. 6 months of building for the changes to the property, up to 6 months, 4 to 6 months building, I'm guessing. The noise, the mess, the white van man, the builder's vans, the rubbish in the street, the skips. I can imagine the stress levels of the individual people living in that particular block, which, to be fair, is the other end of the road from where I live, is going to be absolutely horrendous. Just the ongoing issue then of the potential number of people living in that property. If they are all working, there's the issue of the noise of those people going in and out all day and potentially all night. If they are, I don't know, they could work for the NHS or some business where they work shift work. So the noise, etc., for the people around there, the parking, starting cars, finding somewhere to park. I've learned a few things today, and one of them is she's waving at me to say I've had me 6 minutes, thank you. I'll shut up shortly. But if I just can finish, I'm getting from what I've heard previously for HMO applications, there's pretty much little that you can do to refuse it. So in a sense, this is a waste of your time and mine doing it, but I wanted to just make the points I wanted to make anyway. I'm going to write to RMP, actually. That's the only way out. They need to change it in Parliament, as your colleague told us earlier. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I think writing to the MP is always a good thing when it's national policy we're talking about. Thank you for your deputation. I think it's time now for the agent. Again, Simon, could you do your submission?
Hello again. Pretty much everything that I've said in the last few deputations stands. I would say this property is a bigger property, so if ever there were a property that were of the size where it's easier to convert it to an HMO, ultimately this is one of them. I can hear the gentleman next door saying it's the same size as his house, which is obviously unsurprising being in the same road, but the point being is, compared to other properties that we have already had planning permission for, this is a very good sized property compared to others. Couple of points I wanted to pick up on. Obviously the office has pretty much covered most of them, but the objection, we said, this is a residential road. That would insinuate that the residents of an HMO aren't residents. They are residents. They're young professional people in our cases who occupy the property, and neighbours have to give consideration to those people and embrace and welcome to them into the community. There's no reason, you just said no, but there's no reason that these people shouldn't be welcomed into the community. They form a really important part of our community, and pretty much all of us in this room used to be a young person. So ultimately I feel like they should be embraced and they should be brought into the community rather than excluded, and by saying it's a residential road we were sort of excluding them. Obviously, appreciate that not everybody understands fully the planning and licensing conditions, but the number of occupants of this property would be limited by the licensing conditions. So we can't just stick infinite numbers of people in the property, indeed we wouldn't want to. You mentioned the commercial elements of the property in terms of the uplift in rent. You're very correct that there is an increase in income from one of these properties. There's also a significant investment in making it so. We will spend more than 50% of the value of purchasing this property on the conversion, far more than anybody would typically spend on a residential house, and we can therefore purpose convert this property so that it is optimal for the residents that we're putting into it. Along that, we mentioned waste, so we typically have apply for 2 green bins and 2 black bins. Like I said, we have a cleaner that attends the property on a weekly basis. That cleaner's purpose is 1, to clean, 2, to make sure that any waste that's in the public areas of the property is removed, 3, to report back on any waste or any damage or anything like that within the property, to check on the mental health of the tenants to make sure that everybody's okay and there's nothing they need, and also to take note of any other issues, etc. In terms of waste pipes and plumbing, we do put new soil stacks throughout the property to cope with the additional waste that there may be as a result of having multiple people occupy the property. So all of those things are taken care of. I mentioned during the building skips. We don't actually use skips, and one of the things I mentioned to the people outside that were here for the Wallington Road application is we do have the option to fence off a load of parking spaces, to put 2 or 3 skips there for the duration of the build, and it would cost us £30 a week for a permit to do so. I don't think that would be a very good idea, and I don't see that as working with the neighbours. Ultimately, we use tipper trucks to remove the waste. It's parked outside, filled with rubbish, and typically removed the same day. Any aggregate or any materials that are delivered, we do try our hardest to put them into the property or remove them from the road within 24 to 48 hours. So we try to work with the neighbours and not deliberately obstruct spaces for a long period of time, even though the suggestion from the council often is that we would do that. We try to leave those spaces free for neighbours during the duration of the build as much as we possibly can. You mentioned in terms of sort of microwaves and that side of things in the rooms, we don't allow that. Like I say, potentially as a fire risk. There are fire doors in every room, there's mains-wide interlinked smoke detectors in every room, there's a fire inspection carried out weekly, there's a fire risk assessment carried out annually. We wouldn't do that. But also in terms of the communal space, how do people cook in this? There are at least 2 ovens, at least 2 hobs, normally 4 or 5 ring hobs. There are a dishwasher and at least 1, normally 2 sinks. There's 2 washing machines. There's at least 2, if not 3, fridge freezers in every property, and there's a significant amount of cupboard and worktop space to allow for the number of residents in the property. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much for that deputation. I'd now like to ask Councillor Scott Pater Harris to do his deputation.
Thank you for that, Chair. I'm just going to start off on a bit of a moot point. When Mr Cunningham was giving his deputation, he mentioned about the mental health of the residents, and I'm going to take offence with something that I saw. Mr Hill smirked while that comment was made. I think that's quite offensive. I don't think that's fair, and there's considerable stress to those neighbours. I spoke to those neighbours this week who have had some health complications, so I think you should really reflect on that behaviour. To go into the application itself, I think it's worth noting that we have a significant amount of comments with regards to the application. We have over 100 residents who signed a petition. I submitted that petition on behalf of residents to the planning department. I hope all members have read through the objections from residents, because they've taken the time to engage with us as members, and I hope they get the credit for doing so, because that's taken a lot of work for them to come here today and to give their view. And I think they already have a feeling of they know where it's going. The concerns that they've brought you today, they want to be heard and listened to, and they've voiced their displeasure at this proposal. Over 90% of those who live in this road have said they do not want this to happen, and that's a considerable number. Unfortunately, there seems to be a feeling at PCC at the moment that it disregards the feelings of residents when it comes to application. I don't think that's actually true. I think we are understanding this because of the policy that we have. I hope this committee, though, can find a way today to look at this application and potentially refuse it, but I understand that is a tough ask. I'm just going to go through some bullet points, and Mr Cunningham, to be fair, has covered quite a few of these already, so thank you for that. Inadequate parking for residents. There is already severe parking issues for residents, even with some house down this road having driveways. I mean, there's a considerable number of that. So on-street parking isn't available as it would be in the neighbouring roads such as Magdalen or Ophir, so there is an overspill, and I think that has been already covered by Mr Cunningham, who has discussed that. Also, if there were 6 lets to this property, we'd have even more strain, and I think the problem we have a parking SPD that we never applied because it apparently cannot be sustained, so clearly the SPD isn't fit for purpose. That needs to be changed moving forward. I think also to state in the report the minor increase of occupants is not considered to have a demonstrable effect on parking need and thus parking availability in the wide area. I think that's quite disingenuous. Because clearly we've had residents here today in their comments and in their objections throughout on the portal have said there is a problem, and we've noted there are lots of driveways in Hartley Road. It is not the same as Magdalen, it's not the same as Ophir, it's not the same as Oriel, so they understand that. The residents live and breathe it every day, and I don't think an officer has actually walked down that road and looked and gone, oh, this could be a problem. The scale of development also, I believe, is an issue. I think it's an overdevelopment of the site. I'm really grateful for Mr Hill for explaining it is a really big house. It is a really big house. And also the extension itself, I believe, will allow tenants living there to overlook into other people's gardens. It's considerably bigger than anything else I've seen on that street. And I think that is something worth looking at for this committee. That hasn't been mentioned at all, really, in the report. I mean, it's mentioned there's an extension. I believe, and Mr Turner can correct me if I'm wrong, that the extension would be permitted under permitted development rights, and he is nodding, so thank you. But in my opinion, personally, I think it overlooks. I think it's an issue. I think that residents have a right to privacy in their own homes. I have actually stood in the garden next to number 36 and looked up. It is going to cause a considerable loss of light, a loss of privacy for those residents living there. We've also, if we look at the visual impact of the road to extending the property, it looks out of place with other properties in the road. And if you really wanted to look at it, potentially under material change under PCS 23, one of the key indicators actually notes the percentage of people satisfied with their local area as a place to live. That is a key indicator in the Portsmouth plan that we uphold as part underpinning our planning regulations. A percentage of people satisfied with their local area as a place to live. Over 90% of the people are not satisfied with this application who live in that local area. It's clear in this case that we have an issue. So if you want to apply policy fully, we have to look at whether that's fit for purpose. I think I have an idea of where this application is going to go. It seems to be the rolling theme now that we turn up, we have our say and nothing gets done. Unfortunately, that's not good enough for the residents. And, we do have policies, we do have ways and means of getting around it. And I think, obviously, this is a non-determination appeal because we haven't obviously dealt with it quick enough, which is unfortunate. But it's an opportunity for this committee to give a steer and a real feeling that, if residents don't like something, you have part of your policy to actually deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you very much for that deputation. So, we're moving now to questions from the committee, the members, to Simon about this application.
Thank you, Judith. Paragraph 4.4, which is private sector housing's comments. What's an inner room? Because I don't know what an inner room is. Sorry. That's what I'm...
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please, Simon.
If you have the plans up, please.
I'm only raising it because, I genuinely don't know what that means. I'm being gently told from the side what it might mean, but I genuinely don't know.
I surmise it must be, they mentioned the rear bedroom, so I surmise it must be this.
Yeah, it's bedroom 6 on the ground floor.
Yeah, so it's the ensuite that doesn't have a window.
What?
And they have said the property, it's raised a fire safety concern for an inner room. The property required to be inspected by private sector housing to assess whether there are adequate means of escape from bedroom 6 to a place of safety that do not pass through a high-risk room, being the kitchen.
Oh, okay. Councillor Smith has now, and Councillor Pater Harris have explained it to me beautifully. Simon. Thank you.
Can we have a clarification on that? Because I don't understand quite what the answer was.
Well, the answer is that I'm not sure if it's with building regulations and or the HMO licensing. They'll need to satisfy themselves whether or not there's a safety issue in terms of means of escape. I suspect the applicant is reasonably familiar with the requirements of licensing and building regulations. They've simply raised it. They haven't said that it definitely is not acceptable to them. So I think that would have to be left, if this were approved, that would have to be left with them. If an amendment was required to the application, if it was consented, then that may or may not have to come back to planning.
It is escape from bedroom 6, which is the one on the ground floor at the back. I'm afraid I can't read the numbers without my glasses. And is that a French window going out there?
It is, yes.
So that would be a way of getting out.
Yeah, I don't 100% understand the concern, but it must be to do with exiting that room and having a narrow passageway beside the ensuite. I don't know. It's not explained 100% clearly.
Chair, my understanding in the past from a previous thing was that normally when they say an inner room, it means when you've got to go from one room through another room to get out, and that's where the fire department normally states that it's the travel distance. They work on travel distances from from the inside to the outside. But when they talk about inner rooms, it's normally where you've got to go through another room to get out of the building.
That's my understanding. Simon, can a very, very brief answer on this one?
Yeah, very quickly. If you look at bedroom 6, you'll see there's 2 doors into it from the communal space. That's what ultimately means that we would be compliant, because you have two fire doors, at least 900 mil between those doors to allow you to escape. But also, there's a question about the height of the building versus the depth to the back of the property, to the rear of the garden, which basically means that with this property we wouldn't be allowed a larger extension application, but as it is with a permitted development extension, we would be allowed it because the distance between the back of the house and the back of the garden compared to the height of the house means that it would comply.
Does that answer the question?
It answers the question I asked.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Then I'll move on to comments and recommendations. Russell?
Thank you, Chair. I know this road quite well. Parking is a big issue in this road. I've had many chats with Ian Maguire about cars and parking. He says there's no guarantee that people will bring cars, but he also can't guarantee they won't bring cars either. And considering it's very far away from local amenities and shops, you need a car to get a full shop. So therefore, there's going to be more cars. I don't even want to comment on the local transport because, as far as I'm concerned, it's just simply not good enough. This road is very family orientated, as is Ophir, Shadwell and Oriel Road. which is adjacent to Hartley Road. And those roads are quite controversial as it is, because we're not really sure of how many flats, how many HMOs are already there, so there's spilling over into Hartley Road. When will it be enough HMOs in this area? Magdalen Road, Meredith, Kipling? We need to protect our family homes. I really implore the residents of this road to write to their local MP and ask why the current government can't adjust the rules to protect family-orientated roads. I won't be approving this application.
Thank you, Russell. Darren.
Thank you, Judith. If we were determining this application, which we're not, I would be moving that we defer doing that until there has been the inspection from private sector housing. Paragraph 4.4 is a serious red flag for me. When you're talking about needing to assess whether there's adequate means of escape to a place of safety that do not pass through a high-risk room, and I have to rely on the report in front of me, that says to me, as the first bullet point from the representations underneath says, that there's an inadequate standard of living for that future occupier, and there's an inadequate amenity. But it's clear that needs to be assessed. So if we were determining this, I would be calling for this to be deferred. But because we do not in the report, all the supplementary matters have the evidence to say that there is an adequate means of escape to a place of safety from this bedroom, I therefore recommend that we or pass on to the planning inspector that we recommend we refuse this application on the grounds of inadequate amenity for the proposed occupier of ground floor bedroom 6, and then let the planning inspector decide. Mr. Cunningham and Simon have given a really good analysis of the real discussions and the real issues that people face. Some of what Mr. Cunningham has said is sadly so just not true, but I understand that there are many people like you who think that, and that's not your problem, that's not your fault, it's our fault. We need to do better. But some of the issues he's raised are genuine. But I have to say paragraph 4.4 is a serious, serious red flag for me because of the nature of what's said. And so on that basis, I'm going to move that we recommend to the planning inspector, or advise the planning inspector, that we refuse the application on grounds of inadequate amenity for the proposed occupier of ground floor bedroom 6.
I hear what you say. Can I just ask a further question of Simon to check this? The windows on that ground floor, proposed ground floor, are clearly, it's the symbol for opening windows, opening into the fresh air. Or we wouldn't have those windows marked on the cycle shed at the back because you'd never get the cycles in and out. So I don't understand the situation here. It seems to me that if you're on that ground floor, you've got two ways of getting out, and one of them takes you straight out into a garden, which is the sort of thing we all rely on at home, and which would be a better means of escape than you've got elsewhere in the building.
And that's why if we were actually going to determine this application, I would recommend deferral to sort all that out.
But
we can't do
sort
that.
it out? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Simon,
Because the private sector housing inspectors need to do an assessment of it as per paragraph 4.4. So therefore, I'd wait for that, and then we can move on.
Yeah. With planning applications and other aspects of public life, there can be more than one regime that come into play to determine any particular issue, and we're used to that with building regulations or environmental legislation that may come into play, and guidance is very clear that when one regime is controlling something, another regime shouldn't try and duplicate that. That's why we removed the condition on the Royal Beach Hotel for disability access, for example. As I said, the building regulations will deal with that. So not to say it's not a serious issue, of course, fire safety, but I wouldn't propose to withhold planning consent for that reason. As I said earlier, they've raised it as a concern to address. They haven't said it will definitely fail. The issue is moving through that bedroom into what they define as a high-risk room, which is the kitchen. There are plenty of doors, as we can see, but it's moving through the kitchen that seems to be the issue. This must occur with other applications, because this isn't the only one we have with a bedroom at the rear through the kitchen. But in essence, as I said earlier, I don't think it's the job of planning to replicate another area's regulations. If this application were approved today, but it weren't to pass the building regulation stroke licensing, then they couldn't do it anyway. They would have a planning permission ready to go, but until and unless they resolve the fire safety issues, it can't go. It gives them the chance to resolve them if they have that planning permission, and they can work on the licensing if necessary. It saves them coming back again later. So my recommendation, it's a serious point, Councillor, but my recommendation is to, there are no planning reasons to withhold permission, because another licensing regime will address the matter in hand.
Chair, could I just check, Simon, is it possible that the plans have been amended since public sector housing looked at it? I understand it probably has.
Thank you. That looks like a very likely scenario. That clearly shows an opening door out into the fresh air. It's Simon?
I believe we've actually already got building regulations approval for this property. That is compliant with building regulations. I've just I believe we already have building regulations approval, which would have considered this. It has 2 fire doors. It has a mains-wide independent interlinked smoke detector. It will be built according to building regulations, according to the plans. And if we didn't build it to those plans, then we'd be potentially forced to demolish it anyway. In my opinion, I believe we're already compliant with that. I think an officer's raised it. I respect their opinion, but ultimately they're not the person qualified to determine whether it does or doesn't meet the fire regulations.
And is that a door into the garden at the back?
Yes, that is a means of escape to the rear of the property. That's not what they're asking, though. They're saying that it's off of the communal area, but the point being is it's through a kitchen, whereas the other layouts we have, and we've done a lot of these, we've probably done 15 with this same layout that have all passed building regs, all had a fire risk assessment, all been approved, but that's the point, is because the room's at the back.
Thank you, and all of those points of clarifications are really helpful. I completely get where Councillor Sanders is coming from, and we're always at the mercy of what are in these reports. And as Councillor Sanders knows better than most, devil's in the detail, isn't it, on these things? And sometimes we do need a helping hand. And actually, I think that if we were to determine it today, I suspect that deferral would have been the right thing to have done, but perhaps for different reasons. First of all, to find out what's what, as laymen. But secondly, as well, it's rare that we get applications that come forward that actually have such swell of support from residents, calling to object to them. And I mean, I know we'd obviously normally would be determining on material planning issues, but there have been many applications in the past that have been rejected by this committee because the development was out of context in keeping with the local area. And I think Councillor Pate-Harris and both Councillor Simpson made very good points about the character of those roads. They are quite unique. They're very, very I would say they're probably some of the more unspoiled terraced roads in the city, and certainly in the north of the city. So I would have probably been looking to call a deferral or refusal just based around that, because, while actually I do commend you for bringing quite good proposals on some of the other ones, looking at this one, it seems like a bit of an overdevelopment to me, and that's just my personal opinion. Others will clearly disagree with me. And frankly, the fact that we're even talking about this after what's the officers presented to us feels a bit weird, actually, to be honest. We need to have a better process for dealing with this rather than, well, we haven't heard from them, so it's still live, so we've got to do something. That's a bit odd. I think that perhaps through you, Chair, you could maybe kick some people up to improve this process, should I say.
I'd like to just recap where we are. We've had a proposal from Darren Sanders were you proposing to defer or to refuse?
The proposal was to advise the planning inspector or the Secretary of State that we would refuse the application on the grounds of inadequate safe amenity for the occupier of bedroom 6.
That was your proposal. Have we had a seconder for that? Russell. Okay. And you made a proposal. Was it the same one, or was it supporting the proposal already made?
Supporting Councillor Sanders.
Okay. If we're at the stage, Simon.
Basically, a really important point that went backwards and forwards between Simon and our architect yesterday is, although we have appealed this, they haven't yet accepted the appeal by way of a letter. So, as far as, because obviously administratively there's time, etc., etc. But the point being is, you may be deciding this case today, because ultimately we withdrew the appeal yesterday, and therefore, should they come back, and we only withdrew it yesterday, should they come back today, tomorrow, whatever, this decision may well stand.
So we're in a situation, which we sometimes are, when we are both advising the Secretary of State, but also making a decision if it's still open to us. Is that correct, Simon?
Well, asking to withdraw it yesterday was not the best timing. It's putting us in this uncertain position today, but although a request has gone in to withdraw the appeal, we have not had that confirmed. I've been checking my emails again by the Inspectorate. So as it stands, as far as I can see, we have a live appeal. So as it stands, the Inspectorate have not confirmed that the appeal has been withdrawn. So it's an unusual situation, but I would say we have a live appeal still, so we will be making a resolution to recommend to the Inspectorate today what the Council's decision would have been if it still had the opportunity.
And does that mean that we have to revisit the whole thing if we're given the responsibility by the Secretary of State following the letter that Simon Hill says he's sent?
I'm sorry, Chair, if I could just intervene on that. I think you could well be right, actually, on that. And the reason being is, and with all due respect to the applicant, and I think the officer made a very salient point there, and the timing is not ideal. We have to determine what's before us right now. So I think, Chair, you're absolutely spot on that. And that's why this kind of makes this a whole farce.
Is that right, that Juliet or Simon, that the decision that we might make, which could be an advice to the Secretary of State or could be a decision notice that we can issue, obviously we'd want them to be consistent anyway, but what would the situation be, Simon?
We're seeking clarity from the Inspectorate anyway about the situation, because it's arising more often, not quite in this delicate timing as this, but we're getting a number of non-determination appeals that members are seeing, and we've been asked about it, haven't we? And we're seeking advice on that. I would say that this application, we've not had confirmation of withdrawal from the Inspectorate, so it's a live appeal, I would say, as of the moment of speaking. Juliet may give her opinion in a moment. I would advise the committee makes its recommendation on what its decision would have been if the decision was still with us. The decision might come back to us, in which case we would enact the resolution of today's committee.
Okay, thank you. I mean, clearly we're going to give the same advice to an inspector as we would give if we were giving permission, so it's as long as we get the phrasing of it right. So we have a proposal with 2 seconders to refuse the application because of doubts about fire safety in room 6. Do we have any alternative proposals? So we have got building regulations approval.
Chair, with the greatest respect, I'm sitting here, and the applicant has been asked 3 questions while this application has been going on. Understanding Order 24D.5, he should only be there to clarify a statement. He's not clarifying a statement, he's actually actively taking part of the meeting. He's in breach of standing orders.
No, Chair, the the gentleman has confirmed that he's got building regulation consent, but actually it's not relevant to the determination of this planning application today. We're determining whether to grant it planning permission or not. We determine a planning application in accordance with the development plans unless material considerations indicate otherwise. I don't know if you want me to add anything else, Simon. In terms of the appeal, an applicant submits an appeal. I understand they get a letter back saying the date that they've submitted the appeal. And then I understand they've introduced a letter saying whether it has been validated or not. And then the applicant will get a start letter for the appeal. Once an application has been submitted, it's obviously up to the applicant if they wish to withdraw an appeal. Normally, if something is going to committee with this kind of decision where you say in the event that we had to determine the application and we would say that it be granted, the applicant would then normally withdraw and we would grant the permission. If the applicant has chosen to withdraw his appeal, that relates to the appeal process only. It's not a matter for you to consider in determination today.
So, I'm just now wondering, and it's a question here, whether the person who wrote this planning report, which raises our doubts about the fire safety, are talking about people who might need to exit the kitchen, which might be on fire at one end, and couldn't get through the doors to the back. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, the kitchen has a higher risk, and so the means of exit through the kitchen is less certain than through another room, is what they're saying. To answer your question of a few minutes ago, Chair, you asked about the French doors and so on. They were added during the course of the application, but it's not clear whether or not that was specifically or has resolved the concern raised. But I've given you my advice previously about allowing a different regime to control that matter.
Okay, understood. If we just look at those plans, there is an exit from the kitchen without going through room 6, marked clearly on the plan. Would you like to just look at the plan on page 83? I'm just trying to make sure we got our facts straight here, because whether or not there is a door going out from the kitchen, assuming there's a fire on one of the hobs there. There's an access door going out to the passage at the back, which would lead into the garden. The resident of room 6 can get out through the French windows. Have I understood the situation correctly?
I could only speculate, Chair, because I'm not a fire safety person, but yeah, the addition of the French doors, if they weren't there before, clearly assist. You're right, you would go that way if there was a fire in the kitchen near the door into the kitchen. You'd go out of the back door through the French doors.
Thank you. So, just to smooth things on, John.
I was only going to say, I think it must be it must be something sort of,
Yes.
It appears to be an inner room. Well, an inner room is normally a
isn't
room
an
without
inner
any
room.
exit to the outside world. So I think it must be from what Simon said now about the doors being added later. It must, it would think, because an inner room is a room without, you know.
I mean, just to move things on, we've got a proposal which is seconded to refuse this application on those grounds and no other grounds. I would like to propose that we accept this application because I am satisfied that the plan shows access and egress under fire conditions for both the kitchen and the room at the back. And would anybody else be prepared to second that? Thank you, John. So the first vote we will go to is to refuse it on the grounds that we aren't certain about access and egress. And I think that was the one reason that was given. You don't want to add any other reasons to that? Okay, so your motion was to refuse it because we're not satisfied about the fire safety as referred to in paragraph whatever it was. In which case, could those in favour of that raise their hands, refusing it? So we have 3. Those against that, please raise your hands. Those abstaining, please raise your hands. Okay. Then we need to take a vote on the my proposal that we agree this application.
No, we
albeit-
don't. It's fallen. It's carried. You don't. There's not another vote. It's done.
Sorry, I didn't count up right. I'm not trying to do anything wrong.
There were 3 who voted in favour of refusal, 2 who voted against refusal, and 1 who abstained.
So that means we don't take the second vote. I'm very sorry. We don't come across this situation very often. I'm not in any way trying to do the wrong thing. Okay, so we have made our decision.
So
then.
to be very clear, though, because it's an appeal, it's the advice of the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, fine. Last application then. We've kept these 2 good people waiting a good deal of
Judith,
time.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm now going to have to leave for a 3 o'clock meeting, so my apologies.
Are we still going to be quorate? We've only got 1 application to do. 4. We've
need
got 4.
4
We're
of
okay.
you.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. We're now moving to application for 17 Paddington Road. And this is the last one we're dealing with today. Simon, would you like to explain this application to us? Simon.
Thank you, Chair. 17 Paddington Road, again, a Class C3 dwelling house to a flexible permission between Class C3 dwelling house and Class C4 small HMO. There is the application site, Paddington Road in the centre of the island. With respect to the mixed and balanced communities test and policy, there are 2 HMOs within the area, which along with the application property produces 3.7%, so below the 10% policy threshold. In terms of extensions, this is as per the other ones with a ground floor rear permitted development extension and a loft permitted development extension that are up there, fairly small on the plans. In terms of layout, we have a ground floor bedroom at the rear, 2 double fire doors there, through the communal kitchen dining and a front separate lounge. And then on the first floor, 3 bedrooms, all with en suites, and 2 bedrooms in the converted loft. With respect to the size of the accommodation, the kitchen diner is a large one. It needs to be a large one because one of the bedrooms, bedroom 6, is below the 10 square metres, so it complies with the 6.51 minimum, but must have the 34 square metre combined living kitchen space, which it does, and then on top of that there is a separate lounge at 9 square metres at the front of the house. So it complies or exceeds, should I say, with the minimum size standards. So notwithstanding objections and so on, the application is recommended for approval, or it was, but like the last application and appeal, the non-determination appeal is with the inspectorate, and if it's not been, the applicant has asked the inspectorate yesterday if they can withdraw the appeal. If that still has not happened, the amended resolution stands as in Appendix 5. that in the event that the local planning authority still had or still may have the opportunity to determine the application, it would have resolved to approve the application subject to the following conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. Any questions? We have a deputation from you, Simon, again.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Pretty much the same deputation, really, ultimately, in terms of the sort of standard of accommodation. It's all fully compliant. We already have building regs that's fully compliant. It's obviously frustrating that we've just had planning refused for a property that is fully compliant with building regs against a fire safety issue that would have been considered by the building regulations officer. But ultimately, this property is fully compliant and it has building regulations. The rooms are all the right size, and therefore I'd ask you to consider favourably this application. As you know, we've withdrawn our appeal, so we're yet to hear back on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Simon Turner? No. Any questions? No. Okay. Can we move on to comment and to recommendations, please?
And then we grant permission.
Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. Are there any other recommendations that anybody wants to make? Okay, let's move with that recommendation to grant permission subject to the conditions on the officer's report.
Again, it's the usual wording for an appeal, so non-determination.
And the wording for the appeal is on the SMAT, which is in the event that the local planning officer still had or still may have the opportunity to turn the planning application, it would have resolved the application subject to the following conditions. Would you raise your hands if you want to recommend to the inspector that we approve this planning application? Those against? Thank you. Those abstaining? Thank you. Good, we've granted a recommendation to the inspector that we approve this application. I think that's the end of the meeting, probably. And so thank you all very, very much for your patience and for your assistance today. And look forward to seeing you at the next committee, which is, I believe, in 3 weeks' time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chair.